And I really don't care. And I said, look, I've known you for 15 years. Why did you say that? You know, and
Yeah.
There it is. Good morning. We will call our Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations to order. Dr. Lippard detects a quorum this morning. Thanks everybody for joining us. And Merry Christmas on this Thursday, December the 18th. As I said, Dr. Lippard did detect a quorum, and we have already previously, let me say, by the way, on behalf of Chairman Yeager, who can't be with us on this festive occasion, we wish you well, Chairman. The first item on tab 1 is minutes of the September 25 meeting, which were distributed previously. And Senator Briggs would like a notebook, please. Has everyone read and approved those minutes as submitted? Chairman Crawford?
Motion to approve.
Second.
That is a proper motion, properly seconded. Thank you very much. We'll have a voice vote for approval of those minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We will accept those minutes as submitted. Thank you all. Tab 2 is a commission and staff update by Executive Director Dr. Cliff Lippard. Dr. Lippard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have just a couple of commission updates and a few staff updates as well. First is this is just information for the members. The same chapter that created the Tennessee Investment and Student Achievement Act, or TISA, also requires the State Board of Education to establish a review committee, a TISA review committee. This replaces the old BEP review committee and serves basically the same function, which is reviewing potential changes to the funding formulas and making recommendations on those. In November of this year, the State Board met and formally appointed the members of that. As the Executive Director of TACIR, I am a statutory member of the TISA Review Committee. We haven't established any meeting dates yet, but once they do, I will keep the commission up to date on any items of relevance to the members. The other commission update, Mr. Chairman, isn't in the docket book. But I just want to make the members aware that we've just recently added to our website a link to our public comment policy. This was something we were required to create a policy through Public Chapter 300 Acts of 2023, and we just never had that policy posted on our website. And we've posted that now. Essentially, it's a public comment policy, and the way that works is anyone who wants to speak, any member of the public who wants to speak at one of our meetings needs to contact us at least 24 hours in advance. And if it's an item, and it has to be something germane to an agenda item for them to speak, and they will either, depending on if the item is something that's up for a vote, then they'll be allowed to provide their comments prior to the vote on that agenda item. And if it's an item that's just a panel or something that's just for review and comment, then public comments are reserved for the end of the meeting under other business. And we have several people who have asked to speak on the one item that's up for a vote today. So we'll get to that when we get to that agenda item. So I just want to make the members aware of that policy is now on our website. And Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on that, I do have a couple staff updates. First is we had two of our staff members recently complete state leadership programs. In November, research manager Bob Morio graduated from the Tennessee Government Management Institute, or TGMI. It's a 2-week program that provides mid-level managers in state government with the opportunity for academic study, practical learning, and the all-important networking. And then earlier this month, senior research associate Madison Thorne graduated from LEAD Tennessee, which is a 12-month program designed to develop 8 core leadership competencies in emerging leaders in the state. So if you could join me in congratulating Bob and Madison. If you could stand. Excellent. And Mr. Chairman, that completes the commission and staff update.
Thank you, Dr. Lippard, and thank you for those updates and the report on the commission staff. Tab 3 is Public Chapter 416, Acts of 2025 Speech Therapy Services. It is a panel led today by Senior Research Associate Jennifer Arzate. And Ms. Arzate, we will allow you to introduce the members of the panel. Thank you.
You may need to turn.
Good morning, Commission members. As previously mentioned, my name is Jennifer Arzate, and I'll be introducing today's panel on speech therapy services. You can find a copy of this memo under tab 3. Staff will also be presenting a draft report for review and comment at the January meeting. In response to Public Chapter 416, Acts of 2025, Commission was directed to study the feasibility and effects of implementing insurance coverage for speech therapy services according to Senate Bill 231 by Senator Akbari and House Bill 296 by Representative Love. The original bill would have required state insurance plans, including TACIR, Cover Kids, Affordable Care Act plans, and the Tennessee State Group Insurance Program to cover speech therapy services for both habilitative and rehabilitative stuttering services, with no age or visit caps or medical necessity requirements. As part of staff's research, several key stakeholders have been identified who are knowledgeable about stuttering and speech therapy coverage in Tennessee. Today, you will hear from these panelists: Jack Henderson, speech language pathologist representing the Tennessee Association of Audiologists and Speech Language Pathologists; Jamie Seek, speech language and related services coordinator with the Tennessee Department of Education. We also have Lori Lee, Executive Director, who will provide an introduction, and Dr. Andrew Dowdy, Director of Clinical Services for the State of Tennessee Benefits Administration, who will answer any questions you may have. Mr. Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, founder of Change and Impact, was not able to join us due to inclement weather. And representatives from TACIR and the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance were invited but were not able to attend. And unless there are any questions for me, we can move on to the panelists. Thank you.
I believe it's in alphabetical order, so I think I go first. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee for having us this morning. I want to thank Representative Love and Senator Akbari for sponsoring the original bill and the bill that was passed that commissioned this TACIR study. I was looking forward to seeing Michael again, but I know that snow happens, and he's here in spirit and sends his best. I want to thank him for his leadership as a person who stutters as an advocate in this field. My name is Jack Henderson. I am a speech language pathologist and a person who stutters and a stuttering specialist. I own Henderson Stuttering Therapy. I'm also on the board of the Tennessee Association of Audiologists and Speech Language Pathologists, otherwise known as TACIR. I am also an adjunct faculty at Austin Peay State University and at Portland State University in Oregon. I'm going to be speaking from the point of view of both someone who stutters, who's gotten the benefit of speech therapy, and also as a working clinician working in this field with this population. Stuttering is a complex neurological condition that presents in speakers as repetitions of sounds and syllables and words, prolongations of sounds, and blocks. Stuttering typically develops naturally in early childhood with a genetic component that is still being researched. About 5% of children will stutter in early childhood. And while research shows that many young children who stutter will grow out of it, approximately 20% of these children do persist with stuttering. Stuttering can also be acquired due to brain injury, stroke, or other neurological incidents. So this is rare. I have worked with these people on countless occasions. The true nature of stuttering, though, is akin to an iceberg. There is what is seen and what is unseen. People who stutter can experience embarrassment, frustration, shame, and guilt, leading to avoidance of words, speaking situations, and for some, even entire careers. You can imagine the layers of impact this might have on a child, and a teenager, an adult, and their family. This is why access to speech therapy is so important. It's the sole profession with the skills and training to make positive change for a person who stutters is a speech language pathologist. There's no cure for stuttering, but speech therapy can lead to more efficient and comfortable patterns of speaking, increased confidence, and success in academic, social, and professional communication. Unfortunately, many Tennesseans who stutter and their families don't always have the full access to the care that they need. Look forward to talking more about that today. Hopefully the result of this study, along with what we speak on today, can underscore the need for some modest reform. Some clients who I've worked with personally were subject to an arbitrary cap on the number of sessions per year, 15 sessions, 20 sessions. Stuttering is not curable, and the needs of people who stutter can be layered and complex, often taking years to really make lasting, sustainable change, making them unable to affordably access the full care they need for every single calendar year. Others have been denied coverage because of their age or diagnosis code. The main diagnosis code for stuttering when billing insurance is childhood onset fluency disorder, but this doesn't cease to exist when you turn 18. And I've had adult patients fail to get coverage because their stuttering was not the result of some sort of incident or neurological event. It was just developmental, and they still stutter. Another issue I and others have faced is access to teletherapy. Teletherapy is an option that fortunately works very well for stuttering therapy. During the pandemic and the national health emergency, access was seamless. But when that was lifted, teletherapy services in certain clinical settings, such as hospital-based settings versus office-based settings, ceased to be covered or ceased to be allowed by employers. We live in a big state, and Tennessee has thousands of wonderful and hardworking speech pathologists. Many are clustered around cities or large towns, adding to travel burdens for families in rural areas. Additionally, stuttering is a specialty area within this profession. It's been well documented that most speech pathologists don't feel that comfortable or confident to work with people who stutter. And there are approximately only around 10 recognized specialists or SLPs who are highly trained licensed in this state, some of which don't even live in this state, but they are licensed to practice in Tennessee, further underscoring the need for teletherapy access. Lastly, other reforms are proposed, passed in recent years with the help of Mr. Kidd-Gilchrist, and made sure that screeners for an education about stuttering is included in early childhood well-child protocols. This is part of a new exciting bipartisan bill in Congress called the Kids Stuttering Act, which I'm very excited about. As I said earlier, stuttering is relatively common in early childhood, and unfortunately, the best advice many parents get is just wait and see. Just wait and see. I can't tell you how many families of 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds have been waiting and seeing for years when they could have been given more information, deeper screeners, or at least make sure that they knew who to go to for additional questions and advice, possibly preventing some struggle, confusion, or heartache. So I very much look forward to hearing the other members speak on this topic, and I look forward to continuing having this conversation on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My apologies I'm playing DJ. There's this enormous screen up here that no one gave me any training. This is a very exciting moment for me. Thank you, Senator Yeager. The next panelist, please. I believe it's Michael I'm sorry, Lori Lee. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Laurie Lee. I'm Executive Director of Benefits Administration. Benefits Administration is part of the Department of Finance and Administration. I'm going to just give you a real brief overview to level set, and then Dr. Andrea Dowdy will follow up with some brief comments, but we're really here to answer your questions. Just again, by way of level setting, Benefits Administration provides, under the direction of the state, local education, and local government committees, we provide insurance benefits to not just state and higher education employees, retirees, and dependents, but also local education agencies that participate in our plans and local government municipalities and counties that participate. So we wear two hats. We act as an employer benefit sponsor, but also as an insurer for some of these other agencies. All told, we have about 100 state and higher education entities, about 130 local education agencies, and about 370 local government and quasi-governmental entities that participate in our plans. We are self-funded, which means we don't pay an insurance company to insure the risk. We insure our own risk and carry that financial risk. So we're paying the bills. We're not paying for the risk. So what we do is we contract with third-party administrators to administer networks, to pay claims. But again, we are the ones that are actually holding the risk for the plans. Again, with me today is Dr. Andrea Dowdy, who's our clinical director, and she'll briefly describe the role that our TPAs have in administering the benefit under our contracts, and then also be able to respond to questions about treatment decisions or other questions that you have. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Hi, thank you. I'm Dr. Andrea Dowdy. I'm Director of Clinical Services with Benefits Administration. I wanted to cover a little bit about our coverage policy for stuttering and speech therapy. As outlined in each plan document, the state group insurance program relies on the medical necessity criteria established by our TPAs, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee and Cigna, to determine the coverage of speech-related treatment. This means that decisions about whether a service is covered are based upon the clinical guidelines and utilization review standards of that TPA whose network is being used. Speech therapy is covered at the same benefit level as physical and occupational therapies, and we have no benefit limits. And so we're here just to answer any additional questions you may have about our policies or coverage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commission, for the honor to be here today, and I'm glad to be here amongst my other panelists. My name is Jamie Seek. I'm a speech language pathologist, and I serve as the Speech Language and Related Services Coordinator at the Tennessee Department of Education. As a part of the Special Education and Student Supports team at the Office of Academics in the Department of Education, I am charged with ensuring that our LEAs, our local education agencies, understand how to implement speech language and related services for our students with disabilities in Tennessee public schools and public charter schools. Again, I'm happy to be here. As some of our other panelists have indicated, I'm happy to answer questions that you may have. So thank you again for allowing me the honor to be here today.
Thank you, members of the panel. And just in a update, we have now been switched to free mode. So please operate the microphones in front of you on your own ability. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, Mayor. The freedom of the microphones is something that we as members of this body have no clue what to do. So thank you for the additional freedom. I don't really know who best answers this question, but obviously Chairman Hicks serves in the education space in his full-time job. If you could share with me a little bit about what happens, because I know in my sister received speech pathology when she back in the 40s. She would really appreciate that. But she received some through the school system. I guess the question is we know that through TACIR funding that we're providing for services, both state and federal dollars, and as well as local dollars to help provide speech pathologists to our local education associations across the state. When a child is deemed those services necessary for a child, is that coverage, is there any cross-pollination or reimbursement of services for those students who may have TACIR coverage, or is it separate altogether? And second, is there a referral process associated with that if the speech pathologist maybe doesn't have a special designation for stuttering or something like that, where they could refer to additional services?
I'll address as much as I can, and then I may also allow my other panelists to address as well. Again, my name is Jamie Seek. I'm with the Tennessee Department of Education. To answer the first question, we do have local education agencies who have chosen to elect in the process of school-based services, meaning they are electing into TACIR reimbursement. So not all of our local education agencies have elected to do that, but some of our local education agencies have elected to seek TACIR reimbursement for the coverage of medically necessary necessary school-based services, one of which speech therapy is one of those services. So that is certainly an option, yes, sir, to answer that question on a broad answer. And then in terms of answering your second question relative to referring out, that can certainly occur. That is up to the discretion of the speech language pathologist who is assigned the student or who would be working with that student at the local education agency as he or she works with their special education director and with their local education administration.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to follow up on that, if a child currently is diagnosed with needing those needs and that they were, it was deemed necessary for them to do that, is there a cap in TennCare services currently in TennCare planning or in our state employees plan that would limit the number of times, say, a child or a student could be provided those services upon referral?
I'm happy to look into that further. That's oftentimes an area where I work in conjunction with our Department of TennCare. I'm happy to look into that further, and thank you so much for that question. And we'll definitely look into it and get back with that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. The first one is for Jack. So, Jack, you mentioned that perhaps having earlier, deeper screenings, I think was what you talked about, and earlier interventions. Obviously, there's a benefit to the child, but does this impact long-term therapy or the need for longer-term therapy? For instance, would that shorten if you had earlier, deeper screening and interventions? Would that impact that? And then also there was kind of a follow-up to Representative Williams' question. What defines the medical necessity? So I know that, Jack mentioned sometimes it's neurological or it's an accident, but that's rarely actually the cause in actuality. So if someone else could answer maybe that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Speaking to the first specific answer, absolutely. There's been lots of early childhood stuttering treatment plans, many of them which I'm trained in, that have shown to do lots of good. Nothing has necessarily been proven to do better than that kind of 80% chance recovery. So it's anyone who's claiming that they can prevent someone from continuing stuttering is not necessarily speaking the truth. However, early intervention can do a lot of good. It can potentially shorten the window in which someone stutters, whether or not they might have grown out of it regularly or not. It can also, it's been shown to dramatically increase parent confidence. Such a huge part of being a person who stutters is how everyone around you reacts to it. And when you're a little kid, it's about how is the family responding to it. So early childhood intervention sets the whole family up for a sense of confidence, sense of focus on communication, and it can help prevent some of the really intense negative social emotional sides that could occur if someone who stutters gets older, who might not have had good intervention when they were young. So hasn't necessarily been documented to be like, yes, if we do early intervention at this age, then they are guaranteed to not continue to stutter. Research hasn't proven that yet. However, there's lots and lots of gains and different facets of the experience of someone who stutters and with their family that early intervention can speak to. Absolutely.
Thank you for the question. Dr. Andrea Dowdy with Benefits Administration. So we defer to our medical TPAs for establishing their medical policies on speech-related therapy services. We do cover both developmental and acquired speech-related disorders, and both of those policies do cover stuttering within the policy coverage. And that is at no limits. Again, it's based upon medical necessity.
All right, any follow-up, Mayor Frank? Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, everyone. I probably could take a seat down on this panel today as a parent. While my child does not stutter, my youngest is in an IEP at the campus school in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm gonna try not to get emotional because there are several things that are said here that are so important. when your child can't communicate with the world and connect with them, it's incredibly difficult. My son was diagnosed with mixed expressive receptive disorder with severe ADHD and autism spectrum. I am lucky enough to have the resources to pay for the intervention necessary that most parents don't. And we had him in, we heard everything. He's the third child, you know, he's gonna talk less. We had him in therapy service at 22 months. We had him screened at 18 months. The problem in the system when before you hit the education system, I'm probably gonna talk way out of my lane and I'll be very quick, but this is maybe my only opportunity. Most of your providers are using code workarounds, or they're upfront about the fact that maybe they'll cover two therapy services, and then all of a sudden it's cash up front. And my wife is the real hero. She had to go and get all the paperwork, file it with the insurance, get reimbursed, but we had to float that kind of money. And when your child has that kind of intervention, I mean, our son was in 5 hours of therapy between OT, speech, and I will tell you, whether it is stuttering, whether it's apraxia, whether it is severe ADHD, that early intervention and that coverage is absolutely necessary to the success. And back to the emotional in the classroom. It's so important those services are there so that they can come out of the classroom and go back, and not out of the school for services versus back, so that they're getting the socialization with other kids and they're working with other kids, and those things are happening with other children. The state IEPs are there in place in the Shelby County school system and the Memphis City school system, but I can tell you that they're incredibly difficult to navigate and they're incredibly hard. Like we had to almost hire an attorney just to understand how to work that, and we're well educated, 2 college degrees. And I'm sorry, I'll conclude. I'm all over the place, but I would just say, while we're here to talk about stuttering in these services, I promise you, in a way, the system has to get streamlined where the services are provided. I promise you it's not fraudulent. Like, I've seen it. I've seen so many young speech therapists leave or go to St. Jude because they're in-house, because the private practice world is so difficult for them to navigate. And then the school system has to figure out if they can provide the services either third party or in-house. Sometimes they have a counselor, sometimes they don't. And getting those providers to want to come in and deal with that environment and the billing system there is very difficult. So I can say this, my son started getting 5-6 hours of therapy a week. He goes to 30 minutes of speech therapy a week now. He still, if he was here, you'd be able to understand him, but it would be very difficult. He struggles to put thoughts together in his head. So all of those services are necessary. I know that the state has to be very responsible, and I respect that, and that's the difficult decisions. But as a father, I would just tell you, those that are interested in the subject matter or that have those committees, there are huge chinks in the system that are low-hanging fruit that I think could be worked out. And I know that these individuals know that because they see it every day. And it's not really a funding issue. I promise you, it could be streamlined without spending, other than the upfront cost of the evaluation. I promise you could end up probably be somewhere around net neutral and make a lot of parents feel like they are getting the services that their children need. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else have any follow-up for our panel? We had some panel members that were not able to be with us this morning that are listed on the agenda. And unless there are anything further, any other follow-ups from the staff? Seeing none. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much for your time on this incredibly important matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we transition to tab 4, which is Public Chapter 941, Acts of 2024 for real estate fraud, this is a final report for approval. There will be a vote taken on tab 4 at the end of the report, and we have requests from 4 different speakers. So I'm going to ask Research Manager Dr. Bob Morio to give his report first, and then we will hear from the 4 people that have registered to speak on this topic under tab 4, and then we will reconvene as a commission for the vote. Mr. Moreau?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to present the Commission's report, Protecting Property Owners and Reducing the Risk of Real Estate Fraud in Tennessee, for your approval. It was prepared in response to Public Chapter 941, Acts of 2024, and describes the prevalence of real estate fraud in Tennessee, different schemes used to perpetrate real estate fraud, methods used by other states to combat fraud, and suggested practices for registering documents related to real estate transactions. The report was presented to the Commission for approval at the September meeting, at which time members voted to defer approval in order to accommodate requests to include additional recommendations in the final report. The report's 3 recommendations, as presented in September, to require training for notaries, strengthen requirements for notarizations and notary records, and to empower registers of deeds with the authority to have real estate documents reviewed when they suspect documents are fraudulent, those remain unchanged. In addition, after further research and continued discussion following our September meeting, this final report now includes 2 new recommendations. 1, to authorize a pilot program for registers of deeds to have the option to require identification from individuals seeking to file documents in person and by mail. And the 2nd, to define specific offenses for deed theft and real property fraud within the state's criminal code. Those new recommendations are highlighted and begin on page 5 of the report. Allowing registers of deeds to require identification from individuals who present documents in person to record transfers of real property was something originally proposed in the legislation that ultimately became this study under Public Chapter 941. Officials and lawmakers in a few other states believe that documenting the identity of individuals seeking to record real estate documents has been shown to aid in fraud investigations and can possibly help deter real estate fraud before it happens. Commission staff have added more information to our final report about those laws in Arkansas, Florida, and Texas that require identification from named parties or other individuals who filed deeds to be recorded. You'll find this new information on pages 39 through 41, I believe. In particular, I'd like to call attention and mention the end of a 2-year pilot program in Lee County, Florida. Just a few weeks ago, the Lee County clerk published its program review report describing the successes and challenges of their pilot program, recommendations for continuation of the pilot program, and proposed legislative modifications for expansion of the program. This report is perhaps the only detailed review available of how an ID requirement policy has been implemented by a clerk or recorder's office in any state that we could find in our research. Now, while a handful of states are expanding policies to require identification, there's not been much interest shown by Tennessee registers of deeds to adopt this practice. After the Commission's September meeting, the Shelby County Register of Deeds told Commission staff that the county would be open to participating in a pilot program to test an ID requirement policy if one is established. But other registers in the state have continued to voice concerns about liability, safety, and the details of how to implement such a policy. To respect these concerns while also giving interested counties the ability to choose whether an identity requirement policy is an appropriate option to address real estate fraud in their jurisdiction, our report includes this new recommendation on pages 6 and 7. To provide counties with an optional tool to address real estate fraud at the local level, the Commission recommends that the General Assembly enact an identity verification pilot program modeled after laws in Arkansas, Florida, and Texas, and grant registers of deeds in all counties the authority to participate in this program. Under the recommended program, participating registers only would be required to request photo identification from the grantors named on any deed or other instrument purporting to convey real property interest when these documents are filed for registration in person or by mail. To request photo identification for any other individual not named on the deed, with exceptions for attorneys and certain real estate professionals who by mail or in person present a deed or other instrument purporting to convey real property interest for registration. Make copies of the identification presented and include copies with the instrument in the official record book. To refuse to record the instrument if required forms of identification are not provided by any party, and to provide notice on the registrar's official public website that they're participating in the program, along with details of their program's requirements. Furthermore, to address concerns that criminals could still commit fraud by presenting fake or falsified credentials to registers, the Commission also recommends that registers choosing to participate in this pilot program also be authorized to require third-party credential analysis and identity proofing for any individual whose identity has not been verified by a commissioned online notary public as described under Tennessee's Online Notary Public Act, prior to recording any deed or other instrument presented to the register in person. The second new recommendation addresses the idea that tougher criminal penalties could reduce fraud. Although crimes involving real estate fraud can be prosecuted under various existing laws in Tennessee, more specifically defined offenses for deed theft and real property fraud could simplify cases for prosecutors and allow the General Assembly to impose tougher penalties for these crimes as a deterrent. New information has been added to the report on pages 43 and 44 about 2 states, New York and Texas, that have recently enacted criminal statutes to specifically target real estate fraud. Using these states as examples to provide homeowners in Tennessee with stronger protections against deed theft and to give law enforcement new tools to prosecute deed thieves, the Commission recommends that the General Assembly define specific offenses for deed theft and real property fraud related to residential and commercial properties within the state's criminal code, to determine appropriate felony classifications for these crimes, and to authorize juries to assess higher fines than those allowed for felonies in general. Any other areas where information has been added or revised significantly from the September report are highlighted in your materials and in the docket book online. And with that said, I'm happy to take any questions as well as ask for your approval of this final report. Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I believe allow our speakers to.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Morio, for that report. It is a final report presented to the commission today. I would like to ask if there's any commission members that have questions so far. Chairman Williams?
Thank you. I recognize, I guess the only, recommendation that I'm a little bit concerned about, of course, the need to prevent fraud as it relates to deeds is extremely important, particularly with our age populations whose homes are transferred to them or paid in full. But the concern that I have is with our recommendation number 3. It seems to me that it could be problematic if we record someone's identification with the registration of the deed for fear of then providing a specific place where someone who wants to commit fraud could go and actually get the information off their ID, create a fake ID, and then take the property that they just registered for a deed. My question is what benefit outweighs the risk for filing that and making it a part of the public record at the time of the deed?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. These other states are addressing that security concern. It's something that comes up in the Lee County, Florida's report. And what they did that was work with their vendor as far as their recording process to kind of create a separate document type that the property records would be part of the publicly available, searchable public record. And this ID would be attached to that, but not be part of publicly available, searchable type of information. I believe, I think in Texas, they talked about securely storing paper copies with the records, but not having it part of, like you said, having that identification information out there included in the public search.
I guess the reason for having a notary would be to verify the identification and who that person was that was recording the deed. Did those other states just eliminate, if I were to take my own deed to the courthouse and provide my ID, would I be able to record a deed then without notary?
No. Notaries are still an important part of as you say, the verification and documenting process. And we do have one of the previous recommendations in here about strengthening Tennessee's requirements for having notaries verify identification and keep that information in the notary journals. So it's not replacing that by any means. It's I believe the most commonly justified reason is to the aiding in investigation part, as far as who do we have some leads to go on as far as who filed this, and that seems to be what these other states are leaning on. And I would mention they're all fairly early in their process. Lee County had undergone a 2-year pilot program. So that why it was pretty exciting to see that their report came out to at least sort of look back at how that went for them. Texas began in Houston in 2016, but had slowly made it available to other counties that asked for the ability. They seemed to see that it had been going well enough in Houston to want to try it out in other counties. And then, as we noted, they just recently decided to make it statewide for all counties to do it. So they seem to be working out the details, and I think that's what testing a pilot program out here would would help us do.
Thank you, Chairman. I just would say it seems as though it's the notary's responsibility to perfect the identity of the person in which is doing that. I feel like that, and I'm concerned that the risk that is the byproduct of a change like this would, which some would argue is redundant, would be more problematic for future fraud than it would be the short-term fix that might be appeared from enacting something by recording someone's ID. So I just wanted to share my concern with the committee based upon that one recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Parkinson, and then Mayor Frank, and then Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to my colleague, and I completely understand and hear your concerns also. In regards to real estate fraud, something what I've seen, and I've had constituents that have gone through this, and it's really a traumatic experience, right? To have someone, to literally steal, what is your family's, it could in some cases be an heirloom that's been part of your family for decades or for generations, and to literally take it. And then what happens is when they take it, they transfer it and transfer it and transfer it so many times that it becomes a web of discovery, trying to figure out, where the property is and who owns the property, and is hidden in some cases in foundations and in other business entities or setups, sometimes, immediately transferred out of state, and it costs these families lots and lots and lots of money to try to recover, their property. And, the last bastion of help would be where that property is actually transferred in the registrar's office. And that right there, and right now as it stands, is the most wide open, opportunity for that theft to happen, because there's absolutely nothing required, and anyone, foreign or domestic, can walk into their Register of Deeds office with a document and say, hey, this is now my property. And the registers there's no recourse, no anything. And I think that what our friends here at TACIR were doing was coming up with a solution that at a minimum would give us a starting point to investigate or track, or backtrack, where, this property theft possibly could have happened. And so, I support this idea. And I think it's important to note, because I'm the drafter of the legislation, as a matter of fact. I think it's important to note too that I think when we were running the legislation initially, I think there was a misunderstanding or miscommunication in regards to the presentation of an ID when you transfer the property. This is, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is not asking the registers to validate the ID. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir. And that's, say, one of the things that, you and I talked about, also having the potential to use, a identity verification type of service to run that through a third party would be sort of an addition, if a county register was interested in participating in this pilot program, that they also might want to do that. But it obviously, depending on how such a program is ultimately constructed by the legislature, that wouldn't be, a mandatory thing. It might just be documenting the identification that as presented and keeping it with the record.
Right. And I think it's also important to note that I think this was part of misunderstanding when I ran the legislation also, is that this ID would not be, tied directly to the public record of that property, so that ID will not be available to the public for public consumption too. And I think that was part of the miscommunication when we initially ran the legislation also. But I just want to make sure that that was on the record and that we were clear on that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Mayor Frank, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things. I guess one on the photo identification. Well, first of all, I like the recommendations and I appreciate the addition and the strengthening. But on the photo identification, I guess, is that already defined in statute? Like, what would this be, a photo ID that is a agency ID, or are we talking about a driver's license or something like that? And then secondly, for instance, in government, we've got the Open Records Act, and under Tennessee state law, we can ask for photo ID to verify their Tennessee residency. And we make a copy of that. For instance, our local policy, records policy under Tennessee law, that individual submits their driver's license as an example. And then also subject to open records would be whatever that person requested, a copy of their request, a copy of the materials that were provided. But it is our understanding that we redact any type of confidential or personally identifiable information. So maybe, to address the concerns that were raised about privacy, maybe that third recommendation could just reference like what needs to be kept confidential, or it could reference TCA or whatever else exists out there to protect that information. Because obviously I agree, it doesn't need to be attached in a public record search. But it's the verification process.
Thank you. That sounds like a good suggestion as far as how the Open Records handles requesting IDs from people. I think that'd be something that members of the General Assembly looking to draft and figure out exactly how this pilot program might work would want to look at that. I think your initial point about the type of ID, we have the second recommendation in the report that hasn't changed about strengthening how notaries identify individuals with government issued credentials and keep that in their journals. I think these would go hand in hand as far as what type of ID are we asking notaries to document would be the same.
Thank you, Mayor Frank. Mayor Brown?
Thank you. My recollection may be poor, and I think I asked this before, and I think the answer was no. But my concern was, and this is based on a Sarasota County, Florida experience, where I did a quit claim that included my sibling, and I was immediately notified that this had come in. And it's my understanding that we do not notify in the state of Tennessee. I certainly don't have any memory of receiving any notification when there is a change to the people on the deed record. And so to me, that seems like a pretty basic thing that could be done. Secondly, and I'm really not sure who controls it or what does it, but I know like TACIR the IRS or the Social Security Administration or to get global entry or any of those things that you have to use the ID.me system. And I wonder if there's some synergy there or if that's only a federal access thing. And then I guess my comment was going to be, I also wonder how the real estate fraud insurance businesses impact not having better protection for, people that are just trying to do a simple real estate transaction. And that's it.
Well, thank you for the questions and the feedback. I can address the notifications to owners. Counties in Tennessee have optional, you have to opt into these property notification services. And I believe, I'm not sure where it is in the report off the top of my head, but we talk about some of the counties are going towards a more automatic, email type of thing. There was proposals to require written, mail notifications go out that were opposed largely for cost purposes and the burden of, when you've got thousands of filings that are not fraudulent, that the time and cost of that, making it a mandatory, mailing. But increasing awareness of those optional notification services is something I hope this report can help do. And then your question about the ID.me, that kind of ties into the second optional half of what a pilot program might look like. That if a county register were looking to start doing this, that using some type of verification service like that would be something they could also consider.
There was one other thing that was said last time, and I actually tried to find it at the time and was unsuccessful, probably took my notes wrong. But one of the registers of deeds, one from Sumner County, actually, I recall, mentioned that there was like a sign up where you could go online and submit for something, but I don't recall what that was. And I do think that part of better protection would be registrars at least promoting that or advertising that or having it printed on, correspondence or things like that, because I think that's another kind of layer of notice and acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. For those keeping track at home, we have Senator Briggs, Chairman Crawford, and Chairman Williams. All right, Senator Briggs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question. I'm going to keep this very brief. It was some of what Representative Williams brought up about security of identification. Also, I don't know if anyone has used, taken a picture of the person that's filing the deed, putting that in the record. I know that on retail theft, where when people take these cards to pawn shops or someplace, we have almost stopped that right now by requiring a photograph to be taken and put into the record. A lot of the perpetrators of these type crimes are reluctant to have their picture taken when something like that's happened. And with the facial recognition that we use to open my iPad and other things these days, that could be used even to identify someone in the future. And it might be less expensive to do that. Just like the little cameras that they have when you get your driver's license printed off, and that goes in the record, could really discourage some of these fraudulent claims that are happening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. That's a great idea. Having traveled to 4 countries in the last 10 days, I understand the taking of the picture clearly. I think my picture's scattered all around the world right now. Chairman Crawford.
Chairman, most of my questions was answered by Mayor Frank. But that being said, going back to one of my colleagues that was talking about the security and this type of things, if we've got that on a secure digital copy, why are we keeping the paper copies anyway?
I guess the way that works out, it depends. I think what I was talking about earlier was that I think one of the states is keeping a paper copy in order to keep it out of the electronic record. The implementation between the different states, how they decide what to keep and where to keep it, It's a valid concern and something that we'd have to figure out. Florida was doing it through their vendor, and that was because, it was one county doing a pilot program. They worked with their vendor directly to have separate digital records. So it's how exactly it would work out and what we choose to have them keep. And it might be something we find out that would vary from county. It might need to vary as far as what one county is capable of doing versus another. I think it would have to be worked out through the pilot program.
Thank you, sir. The other thing that just kind of hit my mind was everything's being done electronically now anyway. So is there any states that's not keeping a backup paper copy that you're aware of through your study?
I don't know, have that information, no. And, this looking to address the issue of the paper documents that are filed, versus we're going to have in Tennessee where electronic documents can be filed electronically only by real estate professionals, lawyers, bankers, whatever, that are verified and trusted to be able to do that electronically.
That's what makes it secure.
Right. Which we noted in the report, we talked about what Georgia was doing was actually going to a more electronic, instead of only certain people can do electronic filing, anybody who wants to file, go through a verification process and do it electronically so that it's all done that way. But that would be sort of counter to what we've just done here recently. And we also mentioned the trend towards online notaries, where there's, on one hand, there are people that are concerned about who are it sounds kind of weird, but they use the identification verification process as it's recorded on video. There's pictures, like that kind of stuff. So it's possible that trending towards more electronic filing, more online type of stuff might start to reduce just the number of paper deeds that are filed in general and start to narrow this down.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman Carlo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody. I'll go to the professional side of things. Panelist Chase will put himself back in the box. Thank you for your patience earlier. Sorry. These recommendations, are these only to residential transactions, or are they all deed transfers?
It would apply to any type of real property transfer, done in person or by mail.
So my caution is for certain counties and municipalities and townships, you have X number of volume of transactions per year, which generate X number of dollars in transfer fees, et cetera. For the larger municipalities, the Davidsons, the Knox, the Hamiltons, and the spokes off of them, all the growth suburbs, you have large volumes of transactions that if you require this, you've got the D.R. Hortons of the world that are doing large subdivision transactions, et cetera. I guess my question is how are you going to treat large institutional investors and commercial players? I mean, you could say it's their register, whoever there is registered in the state website, but we use CI, corporation. You could say it's their CAO, but again, you're just getting back to federal intercommerce law. Ultimately, I mean, I guess you could bring them on state charges, but I'm feeling a whole side industry of attorneys that will just use their picture and you pay them a fee to slide that in when, hey, ultimately, and then if you're not going to verify that the ID is real, it's the same thing as me walking in and when I sign the notary and I pledge to the notary and say, I am who I am. Here's my picture. So I guess you could say you could track me down, but if you never verified the ID is real, I could be Joe Smo with my face. So I guess those are some of the things that I worry about. I like all of the recommendations. It almost may be the law of unintended consequence, which is why I see the summary that it is a growing problem. I'm just wondering how prevalent it is. And if you're asking to create an entire industry, like the ID system, like think about how long it's taken the federal government and all these third parties to get where they are today with these ID ramp ups and rollouts. I mean, are the county registers really prepared to take that on? And do the county governments have the money to load up that kind of software that meets the state's requirements so that there's not litigation on it on the back end, right? So I'm worried about really the economic flow, and there is title insurance on most of these properties that cures that issue. But I understand that there are several recommendations in here that work. And then the very last would be, what would be this, and maybe it's from the pilot, what is the recommendation on the rollout? Like, is it 3 years, 5 years? You know, you're going to turn this on tomorrow? I think those are some of the things that I would ask if I were in the, you know, if I were Blackstone, right? If I were out there and I'm looking at this thing, and if I'm a Nashville legislator, I'm worried about that for sure. So those would be my kind of like broad questions to you, or considerations as we finalize these recommendations. Is I get it, wanting to have, it's the same thing in Memphis on the renter side. We want to know who that landlord rep is so that we can go get that person when they're not doing their job. But it's a very difficult system with sophisticated commercial players. And then you just have the mom and pops, which I hear, right? So I guess it's kind of a bevy of questions, but it's really like, how are you going to address that issue for those large volume transactions in the commercial institutions that are playing in the market, both in the residential building space and the commercial institutional space?
Thank you, Councilman, for all the input. And I do think that, and you touched on it a little, the developers, commercial, large scale entities are going to be the ones filing documents electronically for the most part, that are through title, through financial, banking and whatnot. So ideally, it would appear that those are going to continue to work through that electronic filing system, and wouldn't be the kind of people that are just walking into the office with a folder full of deeds to hand in on paper. That is one of the reasons, one of the differences between how a couple of these states are working, as far as, do you get the idea of the people named on the deed, or the guy who walks in the door with it? It may be that you both, because it could be, you've got someone, if my grandma is quit claiming a deed to my brother, and I'm going to take it in for him, we get copies of grandma's ID that says she is who she says she is, and my ID for I'm the one who showed up with this document in the first place. Each of these 3 states is a little different in what they're requiring, and I think ultimately constructing a pilot program is going to look at what's working for all 3, and talk to people in all 3 of these states, and figure out what we want to test out. And I think that's, to the point at the end of, the reason for making this and a completely optional pilot is give someone a chance to figure out that implementation, that rollout, and then be the guinea pig for does it work, or was this a disaster, or, how do we, like Florida, their report said, we had some challenges, here's what they were. We do think this program has merit, and there's suggestions for what could change to roll it out further. So that would, we're looking for, if someone's interested in testing that out, just give them the chance, and don't bother anyone else if they're not ready to do it yet.
Hard to say no to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. And just to make sure I'm on the correct game page, Chairman Williams, you've deferred your comments until after the speakers. Mr. Peach has removed his request to speak, and that takes us to Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my, he's actually my city council member. I actually voted for him. But to my council member and to the others that are here, I'm looking at something from, this is from the, looks like the National Association of Realtors or something, somewhere. Like I thought I read it in there. But it talks about the frequency of these real estate fraud issues. And, it is incredibly pervasive. As a matter of fact, here, they say, and I lost my place, I'm sorry, y'all. They say 1 in 4 individuals face threats, but 1 in 20 have actually become victims of real estate fraud, with the median amount that they lost exceeding $70,000. And so I think that's important to note that, that it's not an isolated event, and I think it's incredibly prevalent in Shelby County. And it's not just the real estate fraud or theft that's happening, but there are also other situations where individuals, fake a contract on a property and they then sell that contract to real estate professionals, believe it or not. And sometimes those real estate professionals are out of money and are scammed and the victims that actually live in the property that is not actually under contract, they suffer a lot of heartache and pain also in that whole process. So I think that's important to note that this is a very prevalent issue. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Without objection, I think I'm going to go ahead and ask the 4 speakers to join us at the panel table. And we have Register of Deeds, Hamilton County, Mr. Mark Gravitt. We have Register of Deeds, Montgomery County, Julie Runyon, Register of Deeds, Shelby County, Mr. Willie Brooks, and Bryce Hobby. Bryce, it looks like you're in the first seat, so I'll let you start.
Thank you, Chairman and Commission. I'm just really going to introduce myself and our registers. My name is Bryce Hobby. I'm with the County Officials Association of Tennessee. I'm here today on behalf of the Register of Deeds Association. Next to me, to my left, is, as you said, Mark Gravitt, former state representative and current legislative chair for the Register of Deeds, as well as Hamilton County Register. Julie Runyon, who is Montgomery County Register of Deeds. She's also, prior to that, came to us with about 20 years of experience as a title attorney. So she brings sort of that background. And then down there on the far end is Mr. Willie Brooks, the Shelby County Register of Deeds, and also a member of our association. So I will turn it over to our subject matter experts here and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. It's been a while since I've been in this building, much less this room. But it's good to see some of my former colleagues here today. I greatly do appreciate you allowing us time to speak. I realize I have learned. I never had a reason to come to TACIR when I was a member of the legislature, so I didn't know exactly how it worked. So I greatly appreciate you allowing us to speak here today. The registers are extremely sensitive to Shelby County's issues. From what I understand, it's approximately 40 cases of real estate fraud. In Hamilton County, I have had 5 cases of real estate fraud. 4 of those cases were perpetrated by the same individual. The Secret Service apprehended her in North Carolina, and she's now serving 20+ years in federal prison for it. So we have not in Hamilton seen as much as evidently Shelby County has. Because the Register of Deeds, we face a fraud issue every day. We have the unfortunate position of being, when the document reaches our office, the fraud has already been committed. It's already happened. It starts with the preparer of the document and the notary. We fully support any strenuous, any additional training, education, auditing of the notary books. We wholeheartedly support that. Holly Hemrick, a register from Gallatin, and I met with a couple of senators and state representatives a couple of years ago, and we made that suggestion to them then. And for whatever reason, they didn't care for that. So we would greatly appreciate strenuous notary requirements. Tennessee does not even require background checks for notaries. You just fill out a form basically and mail it to the Secretary of State's office.
And that's all there is to it. There's no auditing of the book that they are supposed to be required to use. So, yeah, we definitely support that. As the member of the Register's Legislative Committee Chairman, I contacted all of the members of my committee, and I will say this, every member is opposed to these issues. Councilman Carlisle, forgive me, but that's a little distant for me to read there, brought up one of the most first things that legislators learn up here: beware of unintended consequences. And that's the way I have approached my career, being a public servant. That was the main thing that I walked away from my time in Nashville, is to beware of that. I'm going to address some of the, go over the TACIR recommendations. Provide notice on the Register's official public website that they are participating in a program. As far as I know, every register in the state, to the best of my knowledge, is doing that already. We have been doing that. We've been doing that mine went live about 5 years ago, my property fraud alert system. So even for the counties that use a third-party vendor, that vendor has provided them with a property fraud alert system as well that people can go on there and sign up for. My system works. If any document comes through my office, now granted, we record 100 different documents in the Register's office. Okay, so if any document comes in and the person has signed up for our system, it doesn't matter if it's real estate related or if it's a power of attorney, they receive an email notification that a document has been filed in our office that pertains to your name. And they get a notification. Myself, someone brought up, I think it was, I'm sorry, Mayor Gallatin, Mayor Brown, I think, brought this up, about receiving a letter for a quit claim or a change of ownership. My office, we started doing that about 10 months ago. Fortunately, being from Hamilton County, I have the resources to do that. Some of these smaller counties, they may not and do not. So every quitclaim deed that gets recorded in my office, it goes to the previous owner's previous address. It automatically, our system prints them out every morning, like clockwork. So we have already done that. There's nothing that prohibits a register from doing that on their own without legislation. As long as they've got the money, the funding to do so, they can do it. All the stakeholders, which there are many, we have the Tennessee Land Title Association, the Mortgage Bankers Association, as well as the registers ourselves. We are all trying to address the issues of the property fraud.
Mr. Register, if I could please ask for us to, we were supposed to limit it to 3 minutes per speaker.
I'm sorry.
But if
Okay,
I could
I
please
apologize.
ask for us to wrap up so we could hear from the other speakers. Thank you so much.
Okay, you want me to wrap up? Is that what you said, Chairman?
Yes,
Okay.
as much as possible,
Real quick,
my friend.
thank you, sir, from Cleveland, neighbor in Bradley County. Thank you very much. Okay, real quick. Item number 2, request photo ID from every individual by mail or in person. How are you going to confirm that that person that mails a document in, that is the true person? You can't. And also make a copy of the identification presented and include the copy of the instrument in the official records book. Someone made a notation, I think it was Representative Williams, about the every document in our office, with the exception of military discharges, DD-214s, are subject to open records. Therefore, if you're going to attach a driver's license to a document, you are handing fraudsters more avenue to commit fraud. Name, address, driver's license number, birthday, it's a gift. So it's Christmas come early. Refuse to record the instrument if the person who presents it does not provide the register with a required form of identification. Tennessee is a race to record state, meaning that if someone presents a document and we refuse to record that document, okay, which right now we cannot do unless there's certain guidelines there. If we refuse to record a document because we suspect that it is fraudulent or they do not present an ID, creates a huge liability for not only the Register of Deeds office, but your counties. Because if another document slides in there ahead of the one that got rejected, to me, there's liability issues there. So those are some of the things that I wanted to address. I apologize to you all for going way over, but I will turn it over to Miss Julie Runyon.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and Commission, for allowing us to speak. I'm going to try to address some of the questions and responses. But first of all, I'd like to express that all registers in this state take great pride in maintaining the integrity of their records, and we all want to play a role in preventing fraud. It's just, what does that role look like? For example, in Montgomery County, I've only had one known incident of fraud, and it was caught by the title company before it was even brought to our attention. We do have the mylandalert.com program. If you register it, you're notified of a recording. And we're also working very hard to promote that, brochures in the community, to the title companies, to the attorneys, working with our trustee to get information on that, on their tax bills. So it goes to everybody that receives a tax bill. Someone mentioned electronic recordings and LLCs and big corporations primarily filing electronically. In my case, that is not necessarily true. I would say a large portion of my recordings are paper, and I get $1 million transactions in paper sent to me via regular mail. I would not recommend that, but anyway, I'd caution against moving towards primarily online notary. Just attended a national conference where they demonstrated AI impersonating the person on the other end of the video and how that could be done. Memorandums of contracts were mentioned and how devastating those are to people where they're filed and they're not signed by the seller of the property. That's a pressing issue. Most of the memorandum of contracts I receive are electronic. Therefore, we would not get an ID for the recording of those. But they are one of our largest, I'd say, concerns for property owners. As far as the ID, what's that look like? Not making it part of the public record, but having it on file. That would require software changes that are expensive. Again, we've mentioned the smaller counties don't have the funds that the larger counties have. Who's going to fund that? If it is part of the public record, then what's required to be redacted? And then once it's redacted, the reason to have it is to help law enforcement identify who filed this document. If we redact the address and all the personal identifying information, does it really serve that purpose? We mentioned, or it was mentioned, that notaries doing their part on deeds, they're notarizing. Well, in the state of Tennessee, a deed can be witnessed by two parties. There is no notary requirement. Maybe that's something we can look at changing so that, again, we do have the protection on all deeds that notaries are at least notarizing in them. The cost of mailing notifications, Mark, again, has the ability to do that. Small counties do not have that funding. Also, if you knew how many people don't update their address with the county when they move or move out of town, et cetera, it's almost impossible to verify we're sending that to the property address. The most concerning thing to me is the uniformity. If we allow one county to initiate a pilot program and set the boundaries and the parameters for that, then we lose the uniformity across the other 94 counties. And what we do is uniform. It's statutory. And today I've not heard very good guidelines, respectfully, as to what this program would look like. The IDs, how are they stored? What's, whose ID? In our case, most people that bring IDs in are the runners, are the attorneys. You know, what ID are we going to require? All three of these pilot programs have different guidelines and requirements, and some of them exempt who has to provide an ID. How are we to determine if they're a real estate broker or if they're an attorney when they're a walk-in? So that's a main concern. Other viable options, someone mentioned the biometric identity verification. That was again brought up at the PREA recording conference. Some states are moving towards putting biometric cameras in the recording windows. Theory is fraudsters don't want to have their face on camera. Again, that would be expensive. You'd have to figure out how we would pay for it, but that would provide the law enforcement information as to who actually brought the document in, and maybe a more viable option. Someone mentioned LLCs. A lot of these cases perhaps are LLCs. You're not required to record or register with the state of Tennessee to conduct real estate business. So LLCs, out-of-state LLCs not being required to register in the state of Tennessee is an issue. It's an issue on our end. It's an issue about finding out who owns these properties for service. And then if you mandated electronic filing, I'm not sure what that would look like, but I would certainly like to get rid of the paper. So I know I covered a lot of things really quickly, but I was trying to get it in 3 minutes. So I'll end there, but you can see that we are passionate about what we do. We're passionate about protecting our citizens' real property, but we are not proponents of this pilot. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Willie Brooks, Shelby County Register of Deeds. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to present as a public servant with honesty, humility, and heart. And thank you for caring about our community. I want to say a special thanks for our State Representative Parkinson for taking the leadership role on this effort. I believe that public service is about protecting people, especially when they might not even realize that they need protection. As the Register of Deeds, I serve in this office not as a position of power, but a place of purpose. It's not a flashy office, but it is a critical one. It's where we record and safeguard the documents that prove who owns what. It's the keep of history, the protector of home ownership, and the first line of defense against property fraud. And let me be clear, property fraud is real. People are losing homes because someone filed a forged deed, and too often they don't even know until it's too late. That's unacceptable. That is truly unacceptable. Property fraud alert will let the property owner know that if there's a filing so that they can review and act before it is too late. We have a property fraud alert program in Shelby County where we register people to participate in that program. It's completely free of service. When I came into office in 22, there were 7,000 people in that program. Today, I could tell you that over 36,000 are participating in that program. Under the current Tennessee law, filing property documents by mail or in person with the Register of Deeds does not require an individual to show identification. Registers are not authorized to even ask for identification from someone who brings documents in to be recorded. I will continue to implement our fraud alert program and make it easier for our citizens to track what's happening with their property to ensure that our records are accurate, accessible, and secure, and to make sure that seniors aren't targeted, that families aren't blindsided, and that every homeowner can rest a little easier knowing that their property rights are protected. So this is about fairness. It's about safety and doing the small things right because that's matter. So I want every property owner to know that they have elected someone who sees every name on every deed as a life, a legacy, and a responsibility worth protecting. So let me give you some stats in Shelby County. In 24, the estimated fraud amount for 24 was $4.5 million. The number of cases were 33. 5 out of 33 were family related. 19 out of the 33 was forgery. 5 out of 29 was reported to law enforcement. That's 24. In 25, we had 40 cases. The estimated fraud amount, $6.5 million. Think about that, $6.5 million. 12 out of the 40 cases were family related. 20 of the 40 was forgery. And 20 of those 40s were reported to law enforcement. So when you look at the stats and you see that there's an increase in the amount of fraud activity that goes on, we have to do something about it. We want to minimize fraud that exists in Shelby County. In addition, we have established an internal task force to address fraudulent filings. And so we have people from my office, we have representatives from the title insurance company, the Shelby County Assessor's Office, the Trustee's Office, MPD, as well as the Sheriff Department. I want to support the recommendation of authorizing a pilot program in Shelby County to minimize fraud, and by requiring someone to submit an ID to validate that they will not participate in this, commit fraud. That's where we are. We in support of the recommendations coming from TACIR. Our problem is walk-in. It's not e-filing. It's those persons who are actually walking in submitting quitclaim deeds. And so that's the issue that's at bay with Shelby County. Not the e-filing, it's those who are actually walking in and submitting. That requires no valid ID, no identification. And so when I'm out talking to constituents in the community, they want to know, what are we doing to address this issue? Yeah, we enrolled into the fraud alert program, but what else can you do to minimize that? Let me just share with you, just a couple of weeks ago, a property owner came in, alleging fraud activity that occurred with their property. In 2 years, there were 4 transactions on that property, where that property transferred 4 times without the knowledge of the property owner. That is totally unacceptable. So we're looking for solutions to address this issue. And we're asking you to give us an opportunity to implement a pilot program that will support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. We have 3 members of the commission that have asked to respond to the speakers today. We'll begin with Chairman Williams.
Freedom. Thank you, Chairman. To the Shelby County Registrar. So if the person that you communicated with or communicated that property had transferred 4 times in 2 years, were they someone who participated in your fraud program?
No, sir.
Do you think that if they were a participant in the fraud program, that it would have been caught sooner?
Yes.
Okay. So there is a system in place that if everyone, because I just texted myself because I have not done it in order to do it. If everyone were to do it in the systems that were in place, it could, in most cases, prevent that fraud.
Yes, and we are advertising, we are promoting the fraud alert program.
Mm-hmm.
But as a victim, the only way that the register can be reversed,
Mm-hmm.
you have to take it to Chancery Court.
Mm-hmm.
There's a cost on the victim, not the person who committed fraud.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. Just another quick question on the IDs. So what percentage do you see of I know you don't know the actual percentage, but a guesstimate of those that come from closings like I've always had, a law office, a notary in that law office, is it like 75% or is it like 90%?
Who are you asking?
Any of you?
What was the question? What was the question again?
The question is, what percentage of those recordings, particularly with deed transfers, are coming from law firms?
Very little, if any,
Okay.
if I understand your question. How
Somebody
many of
like
them
a
come from
closing
a title
attorney?
company? How
Okay.
many come from a title company or a law firm?
Hmm.
I've not had one come from a title company or a law firm.
So are you talking about fraudulent ones or daily?
No, the daily ones that you get, like when I go to my closing attorney and he has a notary and we fill out all the closing documents and he says, I'm going to record the deed for you. What percentage of the ones that come through your office are those type?
Now I understand. I thought you were talking about how many of them were fraudulent deeds.
No.
My office records 300 to 400 documents a day.
Mhm.
And from the title companies and law firms and banks, I would say it would be 70 to 80%.
And we still, as mentioned, have a lot of paper. We're convenient to get to. So I would say I still have 85 to 90% of my daily filings are from title companies and attorneys that have a runner that bring in a big stack with very few individuals coming in daily.
Mhm. Under the current guidance of the recommendation from those that 85%, those title companies, I guess that closing attorney would have to provide a photocopy because the runner could not.
Well,
Under this, the runner is the one that's going to have it copied. And most of the time, those runners are interns.
Okay.
Well, and I think that's to the point, part of the issue with it. Who's going to be exempt? What ID are we going to require? How are we going to store it? How are we going to handle it? There's just too many unknowns. And if I tell my attorneys and title companies they're going to put IDs on files for all these transactions, it's not
Let me
practical.
just say that in my experience in working with pilot programs, been working from the private sector, a pilot program is basically where you're looking and evaluating, making recommendations before you implement. So you're going in and you're identifying what the issue is, you're gathering the data, and then you're identifying the pros and cons, and then coming out with a final recommendation.
Mhm.
That's what we are wanting to explore, is having an opportunity to implement a pilot program in Shelby County that addresses the issue that all of our citizens wanted to do. We don't have problems with the e-filing. We don't have any problems with the attorneys, the real estates. We don't have that problem. We having problems with those who are actually walking into our office and submitting a quitclaim deed that's being recorded.
Okay. Just finally, Chairman Brooks probably knows this all too well. We've never met a pilot program that ever served as a pilot program. Usually when we pass a pilot program, they're for eternity. And so the legislatures really, or myself in particular, are very concerned about pilot programs, particularly since there are so many unanswered or concerns as it relates to whether or not that would be an improvement or not. But I recognize the need or the desire to have a pilot program, but this body and particularly the legislature is very particular about making sure that if we do send this ship out for a 3-year journey and bring it back, that we haven't imposed harm on people just in order to try to find a solution that might work better. But thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. We now have Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had an 84-year-old constituent who her daughter called me because her mom didn't know who to call or what to do. Someone, while she was in her house, she lives alone, someone came to her house and put a lockbox on her door and were attempting to change the locks on her home while she was in the home. It completely freaked her out. She didn't know what was going on. There were people walking around in her yard, in her backyard, looking at the house, turning the doorknob to try to get into her house. And she had no idea what was going on. She called her daughter, who in turn called the police. And when the police got there, she didn't go out the door until the police got there. And when the police got there and her daughter arrived, they were asking the individual, you know, who it was. And then in that same time span, 2 or 3 other people came up and were there to look at the property because they too had purchased a contract from an individual who said they had a contract on this property. This individual was looking at obituaries, scanning obituaries, seeing who died. And one of the individuals in her, an individual had died, and it was a male individual, but happened to have the same name as or pronunciation as the 84-year-old constituent lady. And once all of this stuff unraveled, what we found was an individual had faked a contract on the property, like he had the contract to sell the property. And he in turn sold that contract to reputable closing attorneys. I want to say, I think, and Commissioner Brooks, you can tell me, remind me if I'm wrong, I think a title company, but several different people. I think he was getting, you know, $500 to $1,000 per sale of this contract. And we're still dealing with that situation, that case in particular. Today, that's how the legislation came about, because of what happened to this senior citizen. You know, she's an 84-year-old woman. She could be on the fraud alert program. If it goes to her email, what 84-year-old, well, most of the 84-year-olds, I don't want to get ran off with rakes and pitchforks by the seniors, but a lot of the 84-year-olds that I know don't really necessarily deal with email. You know, and you know, but there has to be a place where we can effectively start an investigation. I had another individual, he wasn't my constituent, but he was in East Memphis, where someone had commandeered his property via quitclaim. And he called me about it, and when we went to look into it, that property had transferred multiple times and into a foundation that, so the individual that stole the property, he immediately transferred that property into a foundation. And now you're having to peel back these layers and to your point, Register Brooks, you know, it's costing a lot of money for those individuals to hire an attorney, to find someone to dig these properties back out and try to recover, you know, their property, the property that they lost. And I want you to think about this. When you purchase a home, in most cases, for most Americans, that's the largest investment that they make in a lifetime. The largest investment that they make in a lifetime. But I think back to, you know, transferring title of a car versus that of a home. And when I go to transfer title of a car, I have to present an ID. In order to accept that title of that car, I have to present an ID for a car. We're talking about a car. My daughter, who's 16, who's not 16 anymore, but when she was 16, I bought her a $3,000 car, 2008 Nissan Altima. And I had to present an ID in order to accept title of that car and register that car. $3,000. Imagine $300,000. And you don't have to present an ID to transfer the title of that property. But we do it for a clunker. but we won't do it. We don't, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're hesitant to do it for a $300,000 piece of property. So with that, I'll pause right there, Mr. Chair, and come back when they're finished.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Madam?
Mr. Chairman, if I can, those are two different scenarios. So what you mentioned first is what we're having an issue with, and we would love to discuss doing something about that. Memorandums of sales and memorandums of sales contracts is a large problem because they're not required to be signed by the seller, and there are minimum recording requirements on those. So people do not know that they're there, and then once they're there have been cases, which I can provide, where the seller has had to pay at closing to clear the cloud of that memorandum of sales contract. So that title hasn't transferred, and we're not saying those aren't a problem, but the ID requirement's not going to stop that. So just elaborating on that, we're aware that that's a problem, but we haven't been able to get any traction on getting anything done.
Representative Parkinson, I'll a response.
I forgot we were free. Yeah, and I agree with you. But the spirit of this legislation is about real estate fraud, period. In every form or fashion, how do we stop it? How do we minimize it? How do we reduce it? And all of, not just the recommendation, and I know we're getting hung up on, to me, what is the simplest part of the recommendation, but there are a platitude of recommendations, many, Julie, of which you submitted, and I like them all. Like I said before on our phone call, I do. I like them all, and I think that we need to do them all. What my concern is, though, is that I don't think we should hinder a fact-finding or information-finding opportunity. It is our job as the state or as elected officials, number one, like the register said, to protect the people of our state. But it's also our job to do our due diligence and to dig in and find those solutions that will be beneficial to our people of the state of Tennessee.
May I?
Yes, sir. Briefly. We have two more members of the commission requesting to speak.
Let me just say, one case is too many. And when you think about the average citizen who spent 15 to 30 years to pay for their property and get it snatched from under them without their knowledge, it's a definite blow to that family, to that senior. And the seniors are the most vulnerable ones where property falls occurs. And so we're trying to address that issue. Quite frankly, what disturbed me the most, but I brought this issue up to the Registered Deeds Association. The sensitivity wasn't there until they heard about the Everest Pressless case. All right, the case in Graceland. It opened the eyes then. But prior to that, why do we have to wait till a celebrity has to deal with the property fall versus the average citizen who we represent every day? That's my concern. And so we want to explore, because it can happen to you and you don't even know it. And people tend to push it off to the side, but it happens. And I just want to make sure from my end that we're doing everything that we can to address this issue and to minimize it. You won't get rid of it, but you can minimize it. And that's where I am.
Thank you, Representative Bishop Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say this, if I can, the right way. The legislative process is rarely perfect, and very often we have to make incremental progress. Now, I support the proposal for a pilot program because I realize that many of our constituents aren't going to have the time or financial resources to push back against the fraud that is executed against them. It takes time to go to court, and it may take time out of your schedule for work, and it takes financial resources. I'm grateful for the opportunity to support this proposal by Representative Parkinson and the commission's report. And I really want to say it the gentlest way I can. Doing nothing is not an option for me, particularly when we talk about a city like Nashville where property transfers occur, and I don't want anyone to have a situation where they lose. Oh. Okay. My senators tell me to stop, so I'm going to stop, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Mayor Bob Ryle.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman. One quick question for Register Gravitt. Your notification program, right up here. Hey, that's okay. Your notification program, do you know roughly how much your annual budget is for that?
Very minimal. Our county IT department developed the program and it basically runs itself. Now, if you're talking about the property fraud alert system itself, the quick claim deed notifications is a different story. That does come with a cost. But as far as the property fraud alert system sending out notifications on a second by second basis, there's very minimum cost.
On the quick claim notification, again, I'm asking you to make a number up. What would it be a cost? I mean, what would we need to consider?
Are you talking about a letter or an email notification?
Whatever it may be, and what would be best? Letter, postcard, email, text?
The letter, it all depends on how many documents are recorded that day. I've had anywhere from 50 to 75 documents go out one morning and 10 to go out the next morning. It just depends on how many quick claim deeds were recorded the day before. So whatever the postage is and the printing of the paper. So if I had to ballpark it, I would say 60, 70 cents each.
And I would just like to add to that, there has to be somebody to do that. So it's the manpower. And I don't know about other counties, but I know that we're not getting new employees left and right. In fact, we're doing a whole lot more with less. So that's a very manual still process that requires employees' time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Larry Waters.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. One, does the Tennessee Registrars Association have an official position on this, these recommendations? And if they do, is it opposed to all of them or some of them or?
Well, speaking as the legislative chair, and I spoke with our president yesterday, I feel confident to say that the vast majority of our membership is opposed to this.
To all the recommendations?
Except for the notary recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you all haven't taken a vote or anything. It's just.
Not of all 95 counties.
Right.
No, sir, we have not. There's 7 members on the committee and I reached out to them and I reached out to our president as well.
And again, I would note that we're all for fraud prevention and trying to figure out what we can do. We just don't feel like this is the right effective deterrent.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have would be, in reference to the notaries, there's some recommendations in here that talk about training, that talk about keeping various records. Is it anticipated that the county clerk would be the person to enforce that? Since the county clerk is the key person in the notary process, brings it to the commission, brings notaries to the commission for to be voted on, and they apply through that. Is that what is it anticipated that they would be the source to make sure that notaries adhere to the requirement for training and the requirement for keeping records and so forth? Just a question on that.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, for the question. So you'd asked two questions of who would keep track of making sure they're doing the education and then tracking that they're meeting the requirements of record keeping and stuff. So as far as the education is concerned, it would, when a notary's commission, they would submit proof of education, the whatever we're saying to do with an initial application to the county of to become a notary, and then to renew that commission, again, provide proof that that they've gone through it. As far as the making sure that they keep up with checking the ID and the journal, I think the only way that that sort of thing comes out is in an investigation of misconduct, and they would be charged with, malpractice, not some sort of negligence or failing to uphold their duties. That I'm not aware that any states are going around auditing notary journals or that sort of thing. But it would be an after the fact.
Before we go to Chairman Crawford, Director Lippard.
Bob, on the training requirement in states where there is a training requirement, most of this is usually though handled through a centralized process online. Am I not correct, or something that's administered by a third party? It's not the individual counties that provide the training. They just have to have proof of the training being completed.
That's correct, and I think we describe in the report the various ways. Sometimes the Secretary of State's office in a state does it, puts together that program themselves, and it's a state-sponsored education program, or they approve certain vendors to administer that. So we have information in the report about different ways to go about it.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess my question is for Register Gravitt. How many of those fraud cases have been actually, you all have had them arrested and prosecuted?
In my office, 5 out of 5. 4 of the cases, like I said, Secret Service arrested the lady in North Carolina. She was originally from Chattanooga, Hamilton County, and she's now serving time. The other instance, the gentleman has been arrested twice. I do not know the status of that case. I don't know where it is in the DA's office. So we have 5 out of 5 that have been arrested.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, instead of asking the question each time, I'd like to find out from the other 2 registers how many they've had arrested and prosecuted.
Yes, sir. Members of our panel, if you could answer that.
Willie Brooks, Shelby County Register of Deeds. 20 of the 40 was reported to law enforcement. We don't go further into the investigation once it's reported to the law enforcement, but 20 out of 40. Just remember, part of the 40 was family. And so it becomes a responsibility of the family once we have identified, they have identified that the property owner, which could be like the father, daughter comes in, submit a claim without the consent of the father. Therefore, it impacts the siblings and none of them knows about it. Then it's left up to the responsibility of them as to how they resolve that issue within the family.
As previously stated, we've only had one known case that I'm aware of in Montgomery County, and it was caught by the title company. So I don't know if there was any kind of prosecution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Crawford. Mayor Franks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Bob, and then just a brief follow-up question for the panelists, and I'll proceed it with a statement. So I appreciate the testimony today and what we heard from the different panelists here, speakers, is that the issues are different in each jurisdiction. And as a political subdivision,
each register can only do what is allowable under state law. So we can't act under any authority that the legislature hasn't given us. So the recommendation that's being entertained here from TACIR with regard to the pilot program, I'm very sensitive. I love Representative Williams' comments. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. But this is just a true pilot program that only gives a jurisdiction that wants to participate the ability to give it a try. And in this particular case, we hear there's going to be some jurisdictions that it's not an issue. I think that one of the panelists said Montgomery County, no issues. We're clearly hearing Shelby County has some issues. So for Bob, how does it work with a pilot? And I would assume that if we make this recommendation and the legislature allows a willing jurisdiction to do something a little bit more, such as requiring IDs. Is that reported back to TACIR? Does it go back to the legislature? How does that work? And if we're looking at a 3-year period that would be allowable, is that something for the panelists and those that are in the Register of Deeds Association or COAT? Would you all be willing to analyze if a pilot were allowed, if Shelby County did it, would you analyze and be willing to report back to TACIR?
Thank you, Mayor Franks. And I would start with ultimately how the program is written is going to be up to the legislature, whether it's a defined sunset period, a window of time. That would be similar to what was done in Florida. It was defined as a 2-year program. And at the end of that, the county recorder was required by that law to produce a report back to the legislature that had to include statistics. It was how many types of ID. There's a lot of information in that report that was required by the law that implemented that pilot program. And it's something I think we kind of struggled to, between the last meeting and finishing this report, that whether I think that the legislature writing laws specific to one county to say that only Shelby County might, that's always seems to be a touchy area of legislation. And so making it optional, if Shelby County is the only one that wants to take the option, then so be it. But I think that felt like us to be a better way to construct it, at least as a recommendation. Ultimately, how it gets introduced in the legislature is going to be left to the legislature. And I think we're happy to assist in any way.
Right. I think that was a good recommendation, a better compromise. It makes clear it's not a mandate that takes into account the testimony we've heard today from others, but it does give the option to give that a try. And would the association or COAT be willing to analyze and alert anyone to the potential issues after the pilot period is over?
I would just say that the association, I mean, obviously we take our directives from the board of directors and the legislative committee. So at the will of those members, would we, decide how to handle those findings. I will say that the point was made that, doing nothing is not an option. We absolutely agree with that. Last year we did pass a piece of legislation relative to electronic filings, and it basically instituted or mandated requirements for those people who are filing electronically. And this was in hopes to sort of tamp down on that side of things. What we're talking about here today is obviously the other side, the walk-ins and what have you. It's been brought up, the biometric scanning, these kinds of things. I think that I'm within my rights to say that it's okay. Like the registers are warm to those ideas and want to implement something that's going to work best, not something that's going to drain, their offices or, for lack of a better way to put it. But yeah, to answer your question, I think we would, look at what the board and the legislative committee has to say on that.
Thanks, Mayor Frank. At the interest of the time that we have remaining, Senator Yarbrough has asked to speak. Representative Parkinson has asked once again to speak. I'm in discussion with Director Lippard. This commission is charged with, usually these have a statutory deadline. We have to get this approved by blank date. There is not a statutory deadline on this report uniquely. Therefore, we can vote today as a commission to approve as submitted. We can vote to disapprove as submitted, or we can vote to amend is a third option. But I do have these two final remaining speakers, and we're going to try to wrap this up as we can. Senator Yarbrough first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start by apologizing for interrupting my colleague, Representative Love, but also want to reemphasize his point, which is I don't think that we can afford to do nothing here. I mean, we created the registers of deeds not because we cared about pieces of paper, but because we wanted to ensure that there was trust when it comes to property ownership. And the methods we used were designed for the fraud that happened back in the 1800s, which is multiple deeds being sold, different, the way that survey lines were drawn are described differently in different places. To provide that same trust now just means that we have to ensure that we're protecting against the threats that people are actually facing. And so I think we can't, I just want to reiterate the notion that we can't afford to not be adjusting the way we do this to deal with the threats that people face right now.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Parkinson. All right. The question has been called. Chairman Williams. Yes, sir.
In some ways, for me personally, this feels like a cake that won't rise and it's been in the oven for 5 years. But the action that this body takes, if we vote and the majority votes to approve the recommendations, it moves on as a recommendation of this body to the legislature for change. If they vote to disapprove, does the study end?
Director Lippard.
Are we putting Mr. Romero back in the box, I guess is what I'm saying.
It becomes sort of a purgatory for Mr. Morio.
Yeah.
Since we are statutorily required to produce a report, I don't see how we at some point don't come back with a report, which is why in the past we have always either we've always either approved a report or someone has made a motion to amend a report, and generally it's to approve the report as amended. And this has happened frequently where there will be a change to one or more of the recommendations, and staff will make those changes as it's laid out in the motion, and then we consider that an approved report. But if the report is just voted down, the only example I can think of where something like that happened was and it was a very unique example where the commission was actually tasked with developing a policy itself and forwarding that policy to the legislature, and the commission was unable to come to agreement on that policy, so it remained an interim policy. But I don't think that applies to this. We are required to produce a report.
Okay, so an approval means Mr. Marrero's work ends. An amendment or disapproval, it continues.
Disapproval, it definitely continues. An amendment, it's virtually done. It's just a matter of changing the language of the recommendations for the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The question has been called for. Is there a motion? And the motion, please restate your motion. To approve or to disapprove? There has been a motion to approve by Representative Parkinson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a motion and it has been properly seconded for a motion to approve by this commission. We'll start with a voice vote. All those in favor of a motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Nay?
No.
All right. Madam Secretary, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
I have now put on my Madam Secretary hat. On the motion to approve the report, Senator Briggs. Mayor Brooks.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Commissioner Bryson is not here. Senator Campbell.
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle. Mr. Clifton.
No.
Representative Crawford.
No.
Mayor Frank. Representative Hicks. County Executive Huffman. Oh, not here. Representative Parkinson. Mayor Ryle.
Aye.
Mayor Waters.
Aye.
Representative Williams. Senator Yarborough.
Aye.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Mr. Peach. Sorry, there are a few people who are not marked on here yet. And Mayor Anderson. Thank you. Okay, just one moment. Ms. Eldridge, could you approach? Mr. Chairman, I recorded 10 ayes and 7 nays. And we are verifying, but according to our bylaws, I think it's a majority of, if you have a quorum, it's the plurality of the quorum.
All right, so we have 10 in favor, 7 against. The report passes as approved. Thank you, members of the commission. Thank you, Mr. Morio, for your hard work. Thank you, members of the panel who came to speak today. And as chairman, I'm going to take a moment to say, we're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11 o'clock for our infrastructure panel, which we're all looking forward to. Good morning. If we could begin, members of the commission, if we could begin to reconvene. Members of the commission, if we could begin to make our way back to the designated seats for our commission members. We are happy to welcome the Transportation Infrastructure Funding Panel. It's in regards to Public Chapter 438. And I will officially call our TACIR Commission back to order. We welcome back, who probably needed a break more than any of us, Bob Morio, who has back-to-back presentations today. And Mr. Morio, we welcome you back, and we look forward to hearing the introductions of our panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there'll be a lot less speaking on my behalf for this one, and I'm pleased to direct you to tab 5. Public Chapter 438, Acts of 2025, directed the commission to study and prepare this report. A report with recommendations for establishing sustainable funding sources to meet the state's future long-term transportation infrastructure needs. I'll go through what that study said must be included. We're to identify Tennessee's critical long-term highway and bridge infrastructure needs, an annual highway and bridge infrastructure funding gap, and the amount needed to fund maintenance, repair, and modernization of our existing highways and bridges. We're to identify recurring expenditures associated with the State Highway Fund, including but not limited to salary increases for employees of the Department of Transportation. We're to include a comprehensive review and analysis of appreciated sources of revenue that have potential to grow over time to meet the critical long-term highway and bridge infrastructure needs of the state. And there's a list of including but not limited to different types of fees on rental cars, transportation, delivery, commercial vehicles, et cetera. And we're to estimate potential amounts of revenue that could be generated from these various sources of income. And we're to assemble information concerning stakeholders affected by these different sources of revenue, including trucking industry, automobile deals, rental car, transportation companies, et cetera. And in response to a request from Representative Howell in September, the report will also include analysis of economic effects of freight investments across the state. And I wanted to let you know the commission is working to enter into a contract with the Center for Transportation Research at the University of Tennessee to develop an economic model to estimate the effects of congestion and on freight. This report is due September 30th, 2026, and a draft report will be presented for review and comment this spring and summer, whenever that meeting is going to be held. So today we'll hear from a panel of stakeholders and transportation officials knowledgeable about the topic, and I will introduce them in alphabetical order. Mr. R.J. Gibson, Director of Government Affairs and Advocacy for the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Brett Howell, Executive Director of the Tennessee County Highway Officials Association. Mr. Will Reed, Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Transportation, and Kent Starwalt, Executive Vice President of the Tennessee Road Builders Association. Each panelist will have a few minutes for opening remarks, and then I believe after they've all made their introductions, Chairman will open the floor for questions and discussion, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morio, and I believe Commissioner Reed has requested to begin, as I understand it. And for those, I failed to say, Chairman Howell himself, who is the requester of this, is watching from home, live and online. Chairman, we miss you. And Commissioner, please begin.
Good morning. Good morning to the commission. Good morning to Chairman Howell, if you're watching out there. Really appreciate the opportunity to come before y'all with what is obviously a topic that's near and dear to my heart, but frankly is something that touches every Tennessean really every day. And that is our infrastructure, particularly transportation in my world across the state. Prior to being named commissioner about 4 months ago, and again, want to thank Governor Lee for having the confidence in me to be able to fulfill this role. But prior to that, I served as chief engineer for the department. Moving into this role as commissioner, my vision is really very simple. It's for us to relentlessly pursue excellence in delivery of our program and our projects in Tennessee. It's also to pursue excellence in the development of our people, as well as the development and modernization of our system in Tennessee. When I served as chief engineer, I spent a lot of time breaking down and rebuilding our project delivery system, really tying that to our individual employees' performance plans, ensuring accountability across the board. And we're seeing those results. We are actually delivering at a rate over 90% of what we actually program and promise the public we're going to deliver. And just for a matter of scope, the national average in that regard is about 50%. So we continue to be able to deliver on what we said we were going to do for the citizens of Tennessee. One of the other things we've done is we built a 10-year fiscally constrained plan that gives Tennesseans transparency, predictability, and holds us accountable for delivering the program for the dollars that we receive. We launched it in 2023. We update that plan every year, and I would mention that plan also includes 76 of the 962 Improve Act projects from the Improve Act back in 2017, which I'm sure will be a topic of discussion here today. But that's a lot of the good things going on, but I do want to mention the reality that we face in transportation. Our revenue is flat. It's not keeping pace with what Tennessee needs. Federal, state, local funding have no recurring growth, and our fuel taxes have not been indexed to inflation. Meanwhile, the cost of building roads and building infrastructure has tripled since the early 2000s. Today, the same dollars buy a lot less, and I will tell you candidly that that makes the decisions that we make at TDOT every day all that much heavier. I will say thank you to the governor, to Governor Lee, and to our General Assembly for the historic investments they have made in transportation over the course of the last several years. If you consider the Transportation Modernization Act and the infusion of $3.3 billion, and then last year another infusion of $1 billion, that has allowed us to accelerate projects, be innovative in the way we do things, and modernize the ways that we couldn't before. I would also like to report that we are on track to deliver 90% of the TMA funded projects by 2029, which is what we said we would do. After 2029, we are facing a cliff. Spending levels will fall back to 2018 spending levels in Tennessee. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I think it's safe to say that Tennessee has changed quite a bit just since 2018. Our population is up, our economy is growing, our transportation system is carrying more people and more freight and more expectations than it ever has. Without new sustainable revenue, we run the risk of sliding backwards while the state continues to grow. The needs ahead to us are clear. The first thing is we have to maintain what we have. One of the reasons I believe we have such economic vitality in this state is the investments we've made in transportation. All the people that have come before us, whether it was DOT practitioners, road builders, engineers, that understood the value to having strong infrastructure and also the fiscal responsibility around that. the fact that that infrastructure is paid for. It has really set us up to have, in my opinion, it's a lot of the reason why we have such prospering times today. We need to, in addition to maintaining our system, we need to widen rural interstates. We have over 650 miles of rural interstates that are still in their original two-lane configuration, while we have more freight moving through this state than almost any other state in the country. Being within a day's drive from the majority of the United States, there is a tremendous amount of freight that uses our facilities. We need to reduce urban congestion in every single metro area that we have in this state. We need to complete the Improve Act projects. Those were commitments to our communities. We need to complete them. There's new projects that get talked about and need to be added every day to our 10-year plan. There's several people that I know on this commission that I talk to about those particular projects almost daily. We need to prepare and be ready to maintain the level of maintenance that we have funded that has been able to allow us to keep our system in a state of good repair. And we need to continue to scale up efforts when it comes to asset management and preserving the system that we have. So in closing, what I'd like to say is we have shown at TDOT that when the resources are there, we're able to deliver. And that is one of the reasons why Tennessee is considered a national leader when it comes to transportation. And that's a place we want to remain. To keep delivering and to keep pace with our state growing, we need to modernize how we fund transportation. I look forward to working with all of you, working with TACIR and the General Assembly and our partners statewide so that we can build a long-term sustainable transportation system that serves all Tennesseans. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll hear from the next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to be here this morning representing all 95 counties that make up the membership of the Tennessee County Highway Officials Association. I'm Brett Howell, the executive director with that association. I could probably sum it all up and say ditto. Our mission is very much like our state partners at the Department of Transportation. The main difference being the number of zeros at the backside of our budgets. We do much of the same work with a more limited budget. Local governments continue to look for ways to mitigate some of the losses being experienced in traditional fuel tax collections, which are stagnating, as the commissioner has already stated. And that is despite the state's population growth. The growing pressure and demands on those infrastructures continue to grow, but the money does not. Maintaining a sustainable, ongoing funding source for county transportation infrastructure projects remains our association's priority. Each year, we ask the administration and General Assembly to continue supporting counties with the tools we need to provide for provide the safety and welfare of our motoring public. What we can do is plan for such things as increased demands on education, emergency services and management, as well as our transportation system. They all go hand in hand when we talk about infrastructure needs. County highway departments struggle to maintain more than 60,000 miles of county roads and more than 9,700 bridges under the state and federal inspection program. Of major concern to us are roughly 7,900 bridges that are currently rated as fair or in poor condition. I'll come back with a specific example in a minute to make my point. Counties face the same inflationary and workforce challenges as TDOT. Those are the two major factors currently eroding existing highway department resources and revenues and driving up basic recurring operational costs. We do not expect that to change anytime soon unless some type of restructured revenue system is implemented. At a time when the spending power of each dollar dwindles because of inflation, we are watching fuel tax revenues, the major source of revenue for all county highway departments, become stagnant, as I've already said. In fact, the most recent fuel revenue report that reflects 9 months of reporting so far in this fiscal year shows us already behind by almost 1% over last year. For the 4 fiscal years since 2022, county highway departments have operated on roughly $279 million in fuel revenues. That is 279 to roughly $282 million. That's roughly a 1% increase during that time. We are struggling at a time when we are looking at some of our major products that we use on a regular basis. The inflationary factor over just the last 5 years is upwards of 220% over what they were back 5 years ago. State aid program funding under the Transportation Modernization Act of 2023 was a major shot in the arm for us all. With $300 million in one-time funding, counties have been able to resurface more than 2,000 miles of road and make safety improvements on another 84. And that is in less than 30 months. Being able to plan our work and then work that plan with a significant revenue stream was huge for our departments, and we were able to put those dollars to good use very quickly. As of yesterday morning, 80% of that $300 million has either been spent on completed or closed projects or are under construction. The commissioner talked about the physical cliff that is occurring. What this means to us is we will approach that much faster than TDOT, because those were significant dollars that went into our budget that took care of some projects that have been lingering for many years. That equated to 15 times what we currently get in any given year. That in most counties has already been spent completely. While TDOT estimates its statewide needs to be more than $30 billion, county transportation infrastructure needs are more in the ballpark of $4 billion plus. That doesn't include, by definition, that does not include regular maintenance on things that we have out there right now. I would be remiss if I didn't say that I cannot thank TDOT enough, from both myself and my members, for the incredible support that they've provided over the years, particularly on things such as state aid, grant programs, the high priority bridge program, and others. Most recently, a $50 million appropriation for a revolving loan program that can be used for such things as being able to make local matches on federal grants or leverage dollars locally in some way to help out with the TDOT, much needed TDOT project locally. I'll go back to that example that I'm talking about, and one of the things that I would urge you to understand is how much inflation is affecting your county highway departments and TDOT both. Recently, I was made aware of a project in Smith County. TDOT, as it always does, inspects bridges by definition, more than 20 feet in length. Smith County had one such bridge that did not meet the structural demands nor the weight capacity necessary to continue for it to be open. They were delivered a letter saying close it in 2 weeks, period. Because of our relationship with TDOT, we were able to work with the bridge inspectors to take what would have cost us every bit of $1 million just to get that bridge back open and up to where it needed to be. We were able to work with them to come up with a plan to open it with a temporary fix that cost the county less than $45,000. It is temporary. It uses 2 rail freight cars dropped into the void to make the span possible. But that's part of the partnership that I want to say thank you to the commissioner and others, where we are able to do things like that. From our standpoint, while we appreciate all of the support that the state as well as our counties provide to us, we are broke when it comes to big ticket budget buster projects like that. And there are way more than that one in Smith County that we could use as examples, but I bring that to you today because it's fresh on my mind. So thank you very much to the commission for asking for our input along the way, and thank you for being here. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Starwalt.
Well, I'm Kent Starwalt, the Executive Vice President of the Tennessee Road Builders Association. And good morning, Mr. Chairman and the commission. I have a dear friend who says, better roads make better people. I do want to talk a little bit about today about, obviously the purpose of this study is to look at funding options. And we're always very grateful so far for what the General Assembly and the governor have done to provide additional funding for our program. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. When we talk about funding of the program, the most important thing is, right, it needs to be long-term and sustainable. And as we then look at how we're currently, the current revenues that come in the program, I know many of you know this, but obviously we have gas and diesel user fees, vehicle registration fees, which includes EVs and hybrids that were added under the TMA, sales tax on tires that was just done this past assembly that was redirected from the general fund. And then occasionally there have been general fund transfers. But as we talk about some of these revenue measures, I hear lots of times that people say that the gas and diesel user fees are a dying user fee. I would simply say that is false and not true. Nearly 70% of our state revenues come from the gas and diesel tax. 85% of the federal revenues come from this. And by the way, this is just not a state issue. This is also a federal issue that needs to be addressed when Congress reauthorizes the federal highway program this next year. And really what's unique too about the gas and diesel tax is that 40% of those revenues in Tennessee are paid by out-of-state motorists. Have more fuel-efficient vehicles impacted the program? Yes, they have, but as fuel efficiency has gone up, we have more people driving more miles, which has helped offset that. CAFE standards obviously is what's been driving that. And the question is how much longer are they going to be around? Those CAFE standards are harder and harder to meet. And so driving those numbers up is going to be more difficult. And then have electric and hybrid vehicles impacted it? Sure, somewhat. But we think we're going to see a slowing of that because of the reduced demand. And again, we're grateful that the General Assembly addressed this issue with regard to putting fees on electric vehicles so that they're paying their fair share. As you look at state user fee collections, again, this does show that leveling of, or really the flat growth that we see in the gas and diesel tax. And you can again see the other revenue measures that are there. And again, one of the things I want to talk about is with regard to those leveling of fees is that, really the impact of inflation on the program has been great. And these are a lot of national numbers. And you've seen this before, and you're going to see this chart again and again because it's unbelievable what the impact has been. With regard to like the guardrail issue, that's a national number. It's well over 200% here in Tennessee with regard to some of the inflationary factors that are in the program. So if inflation has had a huge impact or an extraordinary impact on the program, so we know that it has, right? And then we also know too that the general fund has grown due to increases in inflation, right? 2/3 of the general fund is indexed. So as cost of goods go up, sales tax applied to that, there's growth in that general fund. And so the general fund is indexed. The new tax on tires is indexed, right? The cost of tires go up. We put registration fees on EVs and hybrids, and we indexed them. And legislation is passed nearly every year that increases fees for some program due to inflation and employee costs. Yet we don't index the user fee that brings in the majority of the revenue to the road fund. If inflation is impacting funding, then Tennessee should index the funding to inflation. If the Tennessee gas and diesel tax was indexed to the CPI beginning in 2020, gas and diesel taxes would be 32 and 33 cents respectively. TDOT and local governments would have $240 million more in annual revenue and a total of $840 million more over the last 6 years. 7 of the 8 states around Tennessee now have indexing, with Missouri being the exception. And 26 states and DC have also done it. They've certainly started to figure it out that they need to index their program to keep up with inflation. It's also relatively easy to implement. The bureaucracy is already there. Everything with regard to collecting this tax is in place. The study looks at what options are out there. And we're not simply saying that indexing is the only option. It's one I believe it needs to be a major option simply because it brings in the amount of money it does. But there's certainly other things we could do. You could also just do a gas tax or diesel tax increase. You could tax retail package deliveries, your Amazon deliveries. 2 states currently do that. You could tax transportation rideshare trips, your Uber and Lyft trips. 18 states do that. You could tax electric vehicle charging stations. 8 states are already doing that, and there was a bill introduced in the Senate yesterday to do that. You could do permanent and one-time additional general fund transfers. Those are great, but they're not long-term and sustainable. You could also put a vehicle registration tags on all trailers. That has also been discussed. And you could do, and with regard to future funding, you could look at vehicle miles traveled or road user charges. And we really believe that needs to be a national issue. With Tennessee having 8 states around us, implementing a VMT would be very difficult. So we encourage you to look at all the options. We think that indexing is a major thing that we need to be looking at, and we look forward to taking any questions that you might have.
There we go. It helps if you turn it on, I guess. Thank you all for having us today. I'm RJ Gibson. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to come today and talk about an issue that's really important to the business community as a whole. So the Chamber is the unified voice of business here in Tennessee. Our membership spans across the state, across the rural-urban divide, across industries. And one of the things that we consistently hear from our members is that transportation infrastructure, adequate funding for these programs is a huge top of the priority list economic competitiveness issue. And that's one of the reasons why this year we stood up our first industry advisory council is an infrastructure advisory council. That's how big of an issue this is for our members. I don't think it's shocking to anyone to say that as the state has grown, our challenges in keeping up with the demand for infrastructure has been a struggle. This Nation-leading economic growth is something that should be celebrated, and has been the result of many of the decisions that the state and the General Assembly have made to make Tennessee one of the best places in the country to do business. However, with that growth, there are challenges that arise, and this is one of them. As we all know, and we've heard from folks who know a lot more about this than I do, the current model faces challenges. Revenues are, in real dollars, are essentially flat. Inflation has made the cost of doing business more expensive, and population growth and freight demand has added increased pressure on the demand side. We are deeply appreciative of the one-time infusions from the general fund to improve our transportation infrastructure, but long-term funding sustainability needs recurring solutions. The fiscal discipline of the General Assembly and the state is something that should be commended. The state is a model for fiscal responsibility, which gives us real options, in my opinion, for how to find long-term sustainable funding sources for our growing infrastructure needs. We're currently the second lowest per capita tax state, something that the Chamber is deeply appreciative of and really gives us a competitive advantage. But it also means that we can think about, are there ways, some targeted ways to increase long-term recurring revenues to fund our growing infrastructure needs? In addition, we have the second lowest state debt per capita, which means we can have a discussion around smart, well-constructed, and financed debt financing for infrastructure projects. I don't come today with a silver bullet solution for how to solve this problem, and I assume we will discuss many policies, all of which have pros and cons that impact each of our members in different ways. I was looking at Kent's slide with all those policy options, and I was just going through a list in my mind of which members would be upset about each one of them. But I think that's a crucial point, is that this is a problem that is going to require us as the business community really leaning in and thinking about hard choices that have to be made, because ultimately we do require quality infrastructure to remain competitive as a state. And our unique role in sitting in between all of these different types of businesses with different exposure to this issue means that we can play a really great role in convening and helping to come up with solutions. I think back, I started my career working for Senator Alexander, and he used to tell the story that when the Japanese automakers when he was governor, when the Japanese automakers were thinking about coming to Tennessee, he asked them, "What do you need?" And they said, "We need really high quality 4-lane highways." And he said, "Okay, well, we're going to provide that to you. Now we just have to figure out how to pay for it." And he made some tough choices and led a tough debate in order to do that. But I think we can all appreciate the benefits that those industries have brought to Tennessee and the carry-on effects in terms of economic growth that those decisions led to. So the question from our perspective is not whether investment is needed, but how to structure it responsibly. So we look forward to being part of that solution. And I want to thank you all again for having us and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson, and all good comments and points from all of our speakers today. And we begin with Senator Briggs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'll just echo what our chairman said. These were excellent presentations and reports. And this is really a critical need that affects every single Tennessean, and it's not just our business community that needs to be concerned. When we talk about quality of life, I've been sitting, I can't tell you how many times, on the I-40 parking lot in Knoxville, and it is not pleasant. It's doubled just about the time it takes for me to go from Farragut downtown. You talk about a bridge in Smith County. We've got one of the two main bridges across the Tennessee River right there. And I mean, it's on Gay Street, the number one. This is the main street really of Knoxville, is closed indefinitely. Matter of fact, it just opened yesterday after $1 million repair to bicycles, and that's bicycles and pedestrians. So this is serious. And I've got to tell my story. You told about Governor Alexander. It's about 10 years ago. I was having lunch with Governor Haslam, and I asked him, why is Tennessee doing so well? And he thought for a second, and I was hoping he'd say, we've got a great legislature, we've got a forward-looking governor, we've got all of these things, we've got a great workforce. He said geography. And that's really what you were talking about right there. We're in an enviable position because of our geography. I've seen the numbers that we're within a day's drive of 70% of the U.S. population, something along that line. And that really has probably been the motor of our economic growth as much as anything else. People come here because we're centrally located with the population. Just to get back to what I'm saying, I know I've looked at this, and I know I've seen presentations now for 10 years being a member of the Senate Transportation Committee. Something that I don't think that we've talked about enough, and you touched on it slightly. We've got a very good credit rating. We have I thought we had the lowest personal debt in the country. I don't think that and it wasn't on, by the way, it wasn't on the list from the Road Builders Association, but I think this thing about just purely giving our citizens a better quality of life without increasing taxes, affordability is the issue, is the political issue right now. I think we ought to bring up the discussion, not saying we want to do it, but I think we need to go and look at it may be, bonding some of these roads or doing something along that line, which really doesn't cost our citizens a lot. But we can really improve the quality of life. And it is one of the things, by the way, that our citizens say we do want government involved with. It's always education, law enforcement, transportation, and to a lesser degree, health. But this is, I think this is something that's extremely important. It may be the issue in the next year or two.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for that presentation. And Commissioner Reed, I wanted to congratulate you on your new role. That's exciting that we have that kind of institutional knowledge continuing to support TDOT. So congrats. So when we talk about, as RJ brought up, fiscal responsibility, which I greatly agree with, let's not conflate fiscal stability with fiscal responsibility. I mean, we, as Senator Briggs just pointed out, we are reluctant to incur any debt on our roads, and yet we obviously have P3, P4 relationships with private companies that find it valuable to do so. So why are we not profiting from that opportunity as a state? And that's a question I brought up before. But another thing I wanted to ask, and my good friend Kent won't appreciate this, but all roads don't necessarily lead to roads. And so, part of what we need to do is get people off the roads. And we don't talk enough in this state about alternative transportation methods, which is certainly the purview of TDOT. You said that we are one of the best, one of the leaders in the country for transportation. And so I wondered, Commissioner, if you could tell us a little bit about what plans are for transportation beyond roads. And it is pertinent to this conversation because obviously we significantly reduce the wear and tear on roads when we get people off of the roads.
So, yeah, thank you, Senator Campbell. I can address that. We pride ourselves on being a multimodal transportation agency, regardless of how citizens choose to move, which is a popular phrase these days. Regardless of that, we want to provide a safe system for that. I don't know if many folks realize how much we invest in transit every year. And I have my bureau chief over planning here, Preston Elliott. We could get into some numbers there. But before we do, what I'd like to say is I think it's very important to me that all of us at TDOT understand that we're there to serve the customers regardless of how they decide to move. The reality is today, the majority of our customers still drive their automobiles where they want to go. That doesn't mean that it's not I don't feel it's our place as practitioners to advocate for one mode over another. It's our job to make sure that we provide them a safe system to get where they want to go, regardless of whether they decide to ride a bike, whether they decide to drive, whether they decide to ride mass transit. What I will tell you is I think we are on the verge of having an opportunity to make the biggest impact, have the single biggest needle mover on transit in the Middle Tennessee area with our Choice Lanes program. If you recall, and we've talked about this before, Transportation Committee, we are working with WeGo on locations of transit facilities that will be complementary to the Choice Lane system on I-24, and those vehicles will be able to use those managed lanes for free. One of the challenges with transit, one of the many challenges, there's often high upfront capital cost, but there's the challenge of travel time reliability. That in and of itself is the single biggest benefit of a managed lane situation. So if we have a partnership with WeGo where mass transit vehicles can use managed lanes, we are going to crack the code, if you will, for one of the single biggest issues with making transit a much more feasible and attractive option, and that's travel time reliability. So yes, it is part of our purview. One more thing I would say that is not within our purview is we have all 5 Class 1 railroads in Tennessee. We do not control the Class 1 railroads. So while there is a lot of discussion about various ideas for passenger rail, that those railroad companies will have to be brought to the table to have those discussions. That's not something that TDOT controls, but we want to make sure our infrastructure investments we make are complementary to those when those discussions happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I greatly appreciate that. As you know, I'm a strong proponent of passenger rail. I mean, all of these trips that we're taking across, I was actually shocked to find out recently, because I grew up in Tennessee, that if you took the state of Tennessee and flipped it, that the tip of our state would be in Canada. This is a long, long state, right? And we have, especially even in this room and certainly in the legislature, people who are making that trip across the state on a regular basis. And I know that there was at least a couple of years ago some interest in passenger rail investment. And so I greatly appreciate any effort that TDOT can make to catalyze that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Mayor Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 3 items. The first is, and Senator Briggs touched on this, the demographics for the state of Tennessee is a key to our economic success in attracting industry and businesses and all of that, and we do an excellent job of that. Kent, you had mentioned, I don't know if I wrote it down correctly or not, 40% of our revenues for the gas tax are from visitors outside of the state of Tennessee, non-residents. Is that divided up? Do you have a data point, freight versus just visitors, or do you have any further information on that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. That number comes from a UT study we did back in 2017 when we were doing the Improve Act, and I would have to get back with you on those numbers.
Okay. And I just brought that up because for the add-on from Representative Howell, it says the contract is being worked on with UT to develop an economic model that estimates the effects of congestion. And so I'm kind of thinking there, I know it would be tough to get a good number, but maybe we could get a couple of examples of what's the savings traveling through the state of Tennessee if you're a business or industry and you're shipping. Because you look at, I know Senator Briggs and I, we deal with this in East Tennessee, I-40, I-75 convergence is one of the, if not the most traveled point for freight in the nation. And so there's got to be some savings there for people going through East Tennessee. The other thing, and I don't want to be remiss, thank you to Governor Lee, the legislature, TDOT. I think we have a great system. And even this TACIR study is just another example of the excellence. And we're just always driving to maintain that infrastructure. But one of the things that all of the panelists highlighted was inflation. And I hope that TACIR in our report can put together maybe even a longer look, 20 years of, what's that cost per mile, guardrail, some of these things, because that is key as we, look at how to address the funding needs. Folks need to understand what those challenges are and maybe some good data points. But to that, I wonder if any of the panelists had any other ideas that might be shared with the legislature. Page 5 on that TDOT report, I don't know, Commissioner Reed, if that was yours. It had those cost of goods from concrete, guardrail, all of those particular steel. Are there other things that we could do to lower the cost of those goods in the state of Tennessee? So I don't know how much of that is locally procured, how much we're importing. Is there anything we can do from an ECD standpoint to incentivize local, sourcing of those goods that might do some cost savings and set us, in another level across the nation? So that's a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, well, what I would say to that is any way that we can figure out to reduce cost of any of the materials that we put on our roadways, we do that, of course, without sacrificing safety. We're pretty fortunate in Tennessee, well, for a lot of reasons, but there's a lot of our materials are locally sourced anyway. We are blessed with good geology, with the exception of parts of Region 4, where it costs a lot more to pave because we don't have as good a rock as we do in Middle and East Tennessee. But by and large, we are blessed with a lot of natural resources that we are able to take advantage of. There's a lot that goes into these numbers. I think folks have to remember too that a big part of this is labor as well. There are a lot fewer people that are going into the road building industry. There are a lot fewer people going into the engineering industry. So, I mean, we continue to see a crunch when it comes to the available labor to build the facilities and maintain the facilities that we have. We've made it a big push, thanks to, again, Governor Lee and the General Assembly, to build an organization at TDOT to where we can get salaries up, provide training opportunities, career advancement, to make sure that we have the level of practitioners we need to drive that efficiency through our organization. So to answer your question, though, we do benefit greatly from having a lot of sourced materials here in Tennessee.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then lastly, I may get a text after I say this from Commissioner Ezell, and I'm in his fan club. I'm a Commissioner Mark Ezell fan for tourism. But is there any opportunity, state, local occupancy tax, roads, and I think about this often in terms of litter control. Some of the areas in our local county, a lot of the litter are those high tourist areas and those little corridors. For instance, we have Wind Rock. We have a lot of visitors for ATVs, and a lot of times that's the area of issue. Do any of the panelists have any thoughts there about, whether that's an add-on percentage or even a small percentage? I know it's not a huge source of funding, but it is a small, opportunity. Any thoughts there on that?
I'll speak to that. I didn't see anybody raising their hand there. So, yeah. So
wasn't a trap.
We make it part of frankly, it's a big issue for us. Litter, mowing, all of that is something that we asked for and have been granted increases in funding over the last several years to be able to increase the effort that we put into that. It is a consistent challenge. And look, the reality is this is the common theme that runs through whether we're talking about mowing and litter or the maintenance of our facilities or building new ones. The erosion of the dollar every day is what is forcing all of us to make very hard choices about what we value and what we prioritize. As I mentioned in my opening comments, those choices are getting heavy every day. If you ask me and my staff, we'd love to mow and pick up litter as much as it takes for all of our facilities to look the way we want them to look. I'd like to build every single project that I talk to people about every day. It's what we do. It's what we love to do. We love to serve the citizens of the state, and we like to be part of making sure that there's sound infrastructure. The reality of all of this is hard decisions have to be made because the things that we're talking about, frankly, are very small percentages when it comes to the overall need.
Thank you, Commissioner and Mayor Frank. Senator Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know you, Mr. Chairman, you were serving in the legislature when we were doing the Improve Act, and like this is causing a little bit of PTSD. But I mean, and I guess, Commissioner, one of the things I want to focus on is there's a chart in your presentation that highlights the critical failure of the Improve Act, which is when it was originally proposed. It proposed 962 projects with a significantly larger increase than was adopted that was indexed for inflation. So we reduced what the increase was in the legislature. Then we also took away the indexing, but we kept the 1,000 projects or 962 projects. I mean, it's just sort of fundamentally an overpromise and underdeliver situation. I think TDOT has done remarkable work, as it always does, to do what it can, but at some level, it seems like we have to right size one thing or the other. We have to, because, and I think the figure that I've heard the department use for like what the value of the projects is I think $38 billion. Is that correct? And if so, does that account for the inflation that you're going to continue to see during that time? Or is that just what it would cost if we had all of that money today?
So appreciate the question, and also your description of the Improve Act was spot on. It was, I believe we originally asked for, it was either 12 to 14 cents, indexed to inflation, 962 projects, got 6 cents, no indexing, and 962 projects. So yes, I'm very aware of those commitments still being on the books and the dollars not being there. But let me go back to, you talked about, so let me talk about the value of those projects. The remaining projects that are on the books for the Improve Act right now sit at about $15 billion. As a matter of scope, our heavy construction program in any given year averages $1.3 billion in lettings. That's statewide. So everyone can do the math. That's just the Improve Act. Okay, I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks about over 600 miles of rural interstate. The price tag on that, if we were to do that today, would be over $20 billion. Our urban congestion studies that we have done and continue to update on all of our major metro areas, those improvements are $24 billion. So not to mention the ongoing and continuing maintenance costs. So I think I'm glad you asked the question, because the scope of this, whether I know back when the TMA was going on, I believe if I'm wrong, I will go back and revise this, but I believe the number was 30 billion that the original TACIR study indicated, and then it got moved to 38 billion. What I would submit to all of you is that number is higher. If you got to watch our budget hearing with the governor this year, he asked me the question. He said, I want you to look at this. It's your question, Senator. What would this look like over the course of the next 10 years plus to be able to fund this at the level we need, not only to maintain, but based on the congestion that we have and projected inflation? We are working on that very thing right now. I have some information on that. I'm not quite ready to share it. I owe the governor an answer. He is my boss. I want to make sure and do my due diligence there. But my point here is this is a big number when it comes to the needs across the state of Tennessee. And I'm just talking about our system. My friend Brett Howell here has challenges of his own that are very different from urban congestion. When folks in his community and the communities he represents cannot get a school bus across a bridge because it's been posted or it needs to be replaced, while it's only maybe a couple of $1 million to replace that bridge, that's just as big an issue for that community as it is for us in urban congestion in and around Nashville. So I hope that everyone here can understand from our standpoint the scope of this issue. And as I said earlier, our job is when we are provided with the resources that we get those on the ground as quickly and as efficiently and as safely as we can. And that's what we're going to do. There's a lot of different ways that states look at how they fund transportation. I would say that to you as well. There's a lot of different ways to do this. If somebody comes to you and says there's one single way you fix this, I would challenge that. And I think this General Assembly, this governor have been very forward leaning and looking at different ways to be able to tackle that. But I do think it's important we understand the scope of the issue. It is quite large.
And then if I could follow up with Ms. Starwell, you mentioned that had there been indexing, we would have generated, an additional 840 over the last several years. But I guess sort of the related point is that $840 million that would have been generated would have gone a lot further then than it's going to now. And it's sort of the like $15 billion of projects today. Like if you do those over 20 years, it gets a lot closer to being $30 billion of projects. But this, we're sort of in a place where this is, aren't we in, I feel like we're in a structural hole, and the first rule of holes is to stop digging. And so how do we kind of get out of this?
Well, first of all, because we didn't, that's lost revenue, right? That's the point as well, is that we're never going to get that back with regard to trying to get that revenue to do those projects. Nobody likes the answer, right? So it's, again, if you index and you want to try to get back where you do, you'd raise the gas tax, right, to match that number now, but you still have that lost revenue. And it's also to understand, let me say, the numbers that I had were basically looking at inflation, the CPI, which has been somewhere around 4 to 5%. Just FYI, there's a piece of legislation that may be introduced this year or next year that looks at indexing the gas tax, the CPI. That bill calls for a 3% cap, right? So that would actually be less than typically where we would have been if there is no cap. So I just want to make that point that's there. So I don't know. Yeah, it's going to take, doing some things that aren't maybe popular and people don't want to do if you're really, really trying to catch up. And that's part of the problem that we're facing. And so I don't know how else to answer your question other than, we need more money, and it's going to take some action to get there. Mr. Chairman, may I? So Chairman Howell has done my research for me on the 40%, and I appreciate him doing that. So actually, the 40% is for cars, and then there's another 50% that is the portion of the diesel tax. And so again, which is out of state. So understand when a truck comes through, if they fill up in Georgia and they drive through Tennessee, and then fill up again in Kentucky, they actually pay a portion of the Tennessee gas tax, right? That they're on based on how far they've driven or how many miles they've driven in Tennessee. So even though a truck may not fuel up here, they still pay their portion of the gas tax that they would have paid for driving in the state of Tennessee. Can I also, while I have the microphone, unless you cut me off, Mr. Chairman, Senator Briggs brought up bonding, and he was very astute to figure out it wasn't in my list, and it was sort of inadvertent on that. I would say if you're going to bond the program, you have to come up with a new revenue source, right? So we're one of 3 or 4 states right now that has zero bonding indebtedness. If you bond the program and don't add a new revenue source to pay for that, then we're going to be just like the other 45 states who have bonding indebtedness. And this General Assembly and administrations, a lot of administrations, have prided themselves on that zero bonding indebtedness. So we would be supportive of bonding only if there would be an additional revenue source that would pay for that bonding.
Thank you, Mr. Starwell. Commissioner?
Yeah, I wanted to add to Senator Yarborough's points he was making, because talk about if you got a hole, you don't keep digging. Well, I do think it's important for everyone to understand that our program in Tennessee is about 50% federal and 50% state. Our friends at the federal level have yet to figure out how to stop digging. In fact, they have the same issue that we have with a revenue source that is flat, but they continue to borrow from the general fund to replace the highway trust fund. And as a result, that is one of the many contributing factors to the federal deficit. We have chosen not to do that, Tennessee, and are much more fiscally sound. That's a good thing from where we stand. That said, there's a lot of options out there, but I do think it's important to understand that this issue is not just happening in Tennessee. It's happening across the country. And at the federal level, we continue to see a revenue source that pays for half of our program. Frankly, all of our capacity projects largely come out of federal dollars that's not indexed to inflation. We are going to be part of the conversation as Tennesseans with reauthorization on the federal level next year to bring those points up. One of the things we feel like can happen is streamline when it comes to regulation that come down from the feds with getting those dollars on the street. That's one of the areas that we feel like a lot of the changes we've made at TDOT and the way we are doing business, some folks could take a page out of our book.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would be remiss for not also adding that our federal colleagues also don't have a budget balanced amendment like we do in our state constitution. But that's another TACIR study. Mayor Brown.
Thank you. I first want to say just my gratitude to TDOT for the work that they are doing to move projects along faster, and also for advocating so that we can get the funding and not get as far as behind as we have. I appreciate Senator Briggs's comments about considering debt, and then I appreciated that as well. That was an additional thought I hadn't had, but I do think that if we look back historically, that there are certainly periods of time where we would have saved our residents a lot of money with debt versus inflation. But two things that I wanted to mention that I feel like are really a part of the puzzle, especially, again, to keep us from getting further behind as we move into the future, even if we do get new funding, is that in our local, and this is kind of related to what Senator Campbell said as well, not really the choose how you move part, but in local communities, density is like communities like mine, density is the devil. And people are just complaining left, right, upside down, and sideways about density. But when sprawl is the alternative that they think is best, then you're creating all sorts of deferred liabilities and more congestion on your roads. And so I think that there needs to be acknowledgement of that, maybe education associated with that, and certainly a position that makes sense in a lot of ways, particularly right around your larger cities. The density then also plays into the workforce component. And I think that we're really seeing in our state, another thing that people aren't really talking about is that a lot of people are coming here, taking available housing inventory and not participating in our workforce, that then creates the higher wage demands. And just looking at a local government that employs first responders, they keep having to move further and further away to find housing, and then they wind up working for a different state or a different municipality. And the same thing is happening, in the road building world, with all of the people not being able to work where they probably could, and why the wages are rising. So just those two kinds of things. But I do think the density is an important part of the conversation. Or, just how built environments help ease congestion by their nature and reduce those long-term deferred liabilities.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chairman Williams is asked to be recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner and Kent, for being here today. Thanks for the forewarning about your list last week or earlier this week. Commissioner, I did have a question regarding the federal funding, and it probably predates mine and your gray hair, but the formulary that originally came up with those dollars, did it utilize a metrics that has anything to do with the number of miles of interstate roads and its relation, or is it a population-based formulary when they did that? I guess, I had the unfortunate pleasure of driving to Memphis last week, and the roads were fine. Well, most of the roads were fine, but as I come back, I'm thinking the number of interstates I've traveled back and forth across the state, we are unlike any other state. I just wondered if the federal government takes into consideration at all about the number of miles of roads and those interstates that bisect or bifurcate our state as it relates to their formulary.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Preston Elliott, our Chief of Planning, come up, but the answer to your question is yes, population and lane miles, but Preston may want to expand on that. So that does go into the formula.
Preston Elliott, Deputy Commissioner over the Bureau of Planning. Yes, it takes into consideration not only the lane miles, but also the traffic volumes. It's something that we report annually. Every state is required to. It's actually called the Highway Performance Monitoring System, and that data feeds into the formula that comes back to the state.
Okay. The reason for the question, and Commissioner, I know you and I shared earlier in the year about this is going to be your first time going there to try to advocate on behalf of better funding of our roads, which I'm very excited about. Hopeful that your time there is fruitful, not pessimistic, but hopeful. I will say one of the challenges that we see with their revenues, I understand they're flat because they're borrowing the money from the general fund to do it, and they're just really keeping a promise that they made decades ago, probably. But it is interesting to know that theirs is flat and ours is flat. I guess when we look at sales tax growth and the number of citizens that come here, it's surprising to me to see that our revenue has been disproportionate to downward than that of our sales tax revenue, almost as if the citizens that are coming here are not driving at all. I wondered if you have looked into that or why that is the case.
So what I can say with regard to the revenue, the flat revenue there on both on the state level and the federal levels. So the last time the federal gas tax was increased was in 1993. At that time, it was also not indexed to inflation. Don't know why. I was in high school at the time. But for whatever reason, someone made that decision at that point that it not be indexed. So that, as I said, being 50% of our program, it's kind of a double hit for us that's not indexed as well. Again, I'm not advocating indexing. I'm just making the point that there's not a mechanism for it to keep up with growth. So you have that on the federal side. There, the gas tax is an index there, and then you have the same on the state side. One of the things that was part of the last reauthorization of the IIJA, the Federal Highway Bill, was they tried to, in my view, make up for some of the inability to fund it at the proper levels by having states compete for discretionary grants, which the reason I bring that up, we have been the recipient of one of those large grants, and we're very happy about that for the Bridge of Memphis. Actually, we've received several. The downside there is it's not a long-term sustainable funding source that you can count on. You have to spend a lot of dollars to be able to put yourself in position to be competitive for that grant, and you may or may not get it. And everyone here knows these projects can take years to go through development, buy the right of way needed, and then get constructed. So I just wanted to make the point that long-term sustainable funding that's keeping pace with some indices is critical for us to be able to plan and deliver projects on a consistent basis that goes right along with the growth of a state like Tennessee.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is since the Improve Act, we've added 500,000 new citizens in the state of Tennessee. And from a budgetary perspective, it looks like they're not driving. It just seems weird because the revenues have been relatively flat.
I would say that part of that is what Kent pointed out in his presentation. Remember, vehicles are continuing to get more fuel efficient every year. Yeah. So while we may be driving more miles, the cars are getting more efficient. And then with the materials costing more, it's costing us twice as much to build the same thing we did just a few years ago.
Yeah, our mayor brought that up a moment ago. Of course, I've been working in the construction business for 25 years, and the cost of construction generally fluctuates. And we've seen general services would tell you the cost of delivering a building is 41% more than it was 5 years ago. But when it comes to road building, it's 100%. It's pretty amazing. Do you expect? I expect building materials to come down a little bit, maybe 5% in the next year and a half. But do we expect any improvement at all in the cost of road building materials at all?
I think you'll see a leveling of those potentially. A lot of that is still, as the commissioner said, driven by labor costs. As those have gone up, and there, by the way, was a concerted effort to get labor, to get wages up in the industry coming out of COVID, because we needed to be competitive with, the fast food places just to be able to get people to come work for us. And so, and to that point, right? If you're, I'm diverting here a second, but if your only skill is to be able to sign your name, pass a drug test, and show up. I know for some people that the last two are really hard. You can make $22 an hour in this industry, which is pretty good. And so that's been driving a lot of those costs as well. Again, as things like steel have gone up, and by the way, we're mandated to use U.S. steel, right? So if those costs have gone up, then that's what's a lot of steel used in our products. And so I think you're going to see a leveling of those as things stabilize. But yeah, it's hard to predict. And if, tariffs fortunately have not had a huge impact on this industry other than on the equipment side, because again, we're using a lot of U.S. products.
I did have one further question about the issuing bonds. Of course, Chairman Hicks got to go to our bond rate hearings this year in New York. And, it's a question that we have as it relates to issuing bonds. I guess the question is, why does this, in your opinion, does the state need to create a revenue source when they could use the current revenue source as the funding mechanism for the debt service?
Because you got to pay off that debt at some point. And so while you would have an increase in your program currently, as you go down the road, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, as you're paying that debt off, that debt service is eating into your program, and you're not going to be able to have as much money, therefore, to build enough projects. And that's what we've seen. So I used to use the example when Tennessee's program was about $900 or $1 billion a year. The state of New Jersey pays about $1 billion a year just in debt service for their program. So that's $1 billion a year they do not have to put in their program. And so that's the concern is that, yeah, you could do more projects now, but you're not going to have that revenue later to build those projects in the future.
So in essence, you'd be building $5 billion more roads for 5 years and then nothing.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I do think it's interesting for TACIR to also, every time we look at taxation, we're also looking, because of that pivot to the Canadian border when we rotate, that what our other states do, what their relationships are, what their indices are, because us being a long, narrow state, it does competition as it relates to those ratepayers is also an important part of that, and how we what our tax rate looks like compared to those. I think it's important for us to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. We have 3 more members of the commission asking for recognition. Mayor Larry Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question here about economic impact of highway projects. I know we're talking with some federal agencies about assistance on highway projects, and the federal government has moved to talking a lot more about how this is going to impact the economy. Is it going to provide jobs? Is it going to provide revenue? And they've made that a priority at the federal level is the economic impact of these highways that we're talking to. And obviously, in my area, we can show that the economic impact of a highway because we have like 21 million visitors coming through Sevier County. And if we can push more people into the county, it not only makes us money, but it makes the state more money. And so they're looking at that. And I wondered if the state was doing that. And the other thing I mentioned is local participation. And you have a program now. I wonder if you're looking at expanding that. We have, based upon some of our studies, the economic impact of these highways, we found it advantageous to us to participate at some level with the state to move these projects up because we can justify the additional revenue from the local level, and the state can too. And I wonder if you're looking at more of that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll address the first one. Yeah, economic vitality is part of that's part of our mission. That's not the only part. Obviously, safety is a huge part, but yes, without question, that is always a consideration. It's a consideration when we prioritize projects. The challenge for us, as I mentioned in my opening comments, is balancing those and then the weight of the decisions of what moves forward versus what doesn't, which is unfortunate in a lot of cases because they're all good projects, right? One of the ways you already brought up that we've tried to manage that is leveraging additional local dollars and came up with a statewide partnership program where we incentivize locals to be involved in those projects. But then it's, you have to also have balance in that because there are, Sevier counties is quite different from some of our distressed counties whose transportation needs are no less important, but maybe for different reasons. So there are these things that we can do and are going to continue to shake every couch cushion wherever we can. But at the same time, I think it's also a problem that's so significant that you have to have a myriad of tools to be able to address it.
Thank you, Commissioner. We, County
Mr. Chairman,
Executive. Yes.
can I just one thing about the economic impact? I'm sorry to interrupt. When you look at economic impact, for about every dollar you spend in transportation construction generates $3 to $4 in economic activity across all sectors of our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Starwell. County Executive Huffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I was just interested in knowing the big projects that have been pending. I know there are a lot of projects out there and you're trying to get those completed within your timeline. The really big projects out there that require a lot of state funding, a lot of matching partnership with the Fed, Interstate 69 in the western part of the state, 840, and I know 840's got other issues other than funding, and I'm sure there are great big projects in East Tennessee pending as well. Are those projects pretty much on hold and kind of on the shelf until you can get some of these other projects by you because of just the magnitude of and the scope of the money that's needed to put into those projects? That's my first question. Then the second question is, we talked a lot about roads, but bridges. Bridge safety is a big deal with people. And if I'm in Tipton County and I want to raise the wheel tax to improve bridges on county roads, I have all kind of folks calling me and voicing their opinion against it until you say things like, well, but now one of these bridges that's impaired, it's on a road that the school bus travels that takes your granddaughter to elementary school. We're going to try to fix that and get something done. It's different when you make it a little personal with folks and really tell them what you're trying to do, that it's all about safety. But what is the status of the safety of bridges overall in Tennessee?
So I'll speak to your first question about large projects. Easiest answer to that is I'd ask everybody to go to our website and look at our 10-year plan. That is a very open, transparent, that is the cash flow model, if you will, for how we plan to spend our dollars, the federal dollars that come in, the state dollars that come in via gas tax, as well as the TMA dollars that came in 2023, as well as the general fund last year. It is all right there. All the projects that you see, the years that they are programmed for PE, the years they are programmed for right-of-way and are programmed for construction represent the entirety of our funding over the next 10 years. When we did that the first time, there were 93 projects in there. 93 projects across the state of Tennessee. So I think that, again, illustrates, frankly, how far the dollars don't go. You mentioned I-69. Where we stand today, we've made a lot of investment in that. We need another 300 plus million to finish the last several parts. And I believe the last price tag we put was 500 and something million to finish the entire corridor to connect it to 155 in Dyersburg and get an interstate shield on it. So as a matter of perspective, if that's 500 million, just 3 years ago, the largest project we let in the history of the Tennessee Department of Transportation was $186 million. So we now, as we sit here today, the projects are getting bigger, to your point. To finish I-60, these are big dollar, big ticket items. And historically, under our pay-as-you-go model and with where Tennessee was as far as growth, we could afford to bite off these little pieces and fix these things here and there. We have big state, big city corridor issues now. It's been I-40 West Knoxville has been mentioned here today. I-24 we're addressing with choice lanes. I-24 around Chattanooga is a congestion issue. I-65 here to the state line in Alabama and even north, we've made investments in those. I would submit to you that just putting an interchange here or there or a little widening the way we fund it today, you're treating the symptom, you're not curing the disease. And it's a great problem to have that we have this growth in Tennessee, but again, that continues to put the stress on that infrastructure. Let me speak to bridges. We have over 20,000 bridges in the state of Tennessee. 8,400 of those are state-owned. A lot of them are owned by the counties that Brett represents. We overall we are consistently ranked in the top with the condition of those bridges, but since 2014, that condition has continued to slip. And it's going to continue to slip if we don't fund it differently. We actually made a request to the governor's team this year in our budget for additional recurring dollars to go towards bridges. If a certain percentage of our entire bridge inventory gets below a certain threshold, we are required by the feds to spend part of our federal money on bridges, which takes away from capacity projects. Without additional revenue, we project right now in about mid-2030, we would have to start putting other federal funds toward bridges across the state of Tennessee. Our average bridge age in Tennessee is 48 years old. So when we design a bridge, we look at 60 to 75 years as a design life before some kind of significant repair needs to be done. So if you think about that, 48 years, Father Time catches up with all of us, including our infrastructure, and we're seeing that in our bridge inventory across the state of Tennessee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Bob Rao.
Thank you, Chairman. Only two different questions I have here, and I think it's kind of building on what Mayor Waters had already discussed with you, Commissioner. With economic community development and the great job that they've done in the state of Tennessee, and we all think, especially as county mayors, that we're all economic developers and we're out hustling to get business. But at times we have to stop and think about our infrastructure needs, because in Dixon County, I won't be looking for a great wastewater user right now. We don't have the capacity for it. How do you coordinate with ECD as you go forward? Do they help you manage that on the front end, or you have to be reactive to what they do?
We have a great relationship with ECD in Tennessee. I mean, frankly, we're fortunate in that we have a good relationship with all of our sister agencies, but we often get a heads up when things are potentially going to happen, and are frankly part of developing potential solutions that could incentivize that business to either locate to Tennessee or expand. I hate to keep going back to it and being a broken record. What it ultimately comes down to is the amount of funds that are there to satisfy the need. We have certain mechanisms, whether it's our SIA program that we use to help help there. But at the end of the day, it comes back to the same issue. If we are taking dollars out of our program to augment or incentivize industry or whatever the case may be, that's something else that has to suffer. The pie is fixed. So if somebody gets a bigger piece than someone else, then somebody's going to be hungry. So that's just the ongoing thing that we have to be able to balance. And the way that we do that, and I tell my staff all the time, we have to have a very transparent and responsible prioritization system about how we spend our dollars. And we're pretty proud of that.
Thank you. Chairman, just one other question.
Certainly.
Again, I'm very supportive of what y'all done on the 10-year plan and how that works. I think that's solid business planning. My one concern is, and again, I can speak for a lot of different communities, but especially those in suburban areas that are growing and growing very quickly, the cost of right-of-way today, because of inflation and less development, it's better to go in and get those properties bought now. Again, I know y'all don't have a crystal ball where everything's going to happen out of those hundreds of projects, but is there any thought or conversation about going on purchasing right-of-ways? Again, you know, I have one in Dixon County. I'm fully willing to partner with you at 100%, but other mayors I've talked to also have that concern because once it's developed, that 25,000 acre lot now has a $500,000 house on it, and it gets very expensive to get right-of-way at that point.
Yeah, so I'll use a word I've used several times today. I think you have to have balance, and here's the reason. We are acquiring right of way for a public use, for a public transportation use, and there have been times in the past where the state we would typically fund projects in phases. We would fund 3 phases: preliminary engineering, right of way, and then construction. About 10, 20, 70% is kind of the funding breakdown. So it was easy to start engineering on a project. It didn't cost as much. Then you get to right away. Well, now you're committed. The problem is, and one of the reasons we developed the 10-year plan and made that commitment is taking someone's property under the Uniform Act is a sacred thing. It is for the public use, and you are spending public dollars to do that. We want to make sure that that project is funded for construction and it's not sitting there with right of way that we have acquired and there's not construction on the heels of that. So that to us, that is a very important thing, is to make sure that we're coming behind and spending those monies on construction after the right of way is acquired. So that makes sense in areas where we know there's a need and getting out ahead. And we try to do that as far as right of way. But if it's prospective buying, that's something we would stay away from.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I have so enjoyed this long and winding road of discussion, but we are rapidly becoming a bridge to nowhere. So I have 2 more members that have requested to speak, and we'll start with Mayor Frank.
Just very, very quickly, I told Chairman just a tiny question. The university system, a lot of colleges, mostly private, but some public, live off the endowment system, and supposedly 50% of those scholarships go are paid for through these endowment funds. Tennessee does a great job managing investments. This is not an idea for today, but maybe 10, 20 years down the road, it might pay off. Would it be possible, if in a period of good financial times for the state of Tennessee, to create an actual investment fund for infrastructure? And I don't know if it's even allowable by law, but the legislature could set a minimum amount, and that begins to earn interest, get returns, and then those funds could go for special projects or other things. I mean, is that an idea that might be worth looking at?
I guess I'm up again. Here's what I would say. I'll leave the policy making to the policymakers. But there is a state infrastructure fund that is available, and the General Assembly funded this past year, that is available to cities, counties, other entities at a low interest rate. We're actually working through structuring all that now. So I think, to answer your question, the idea that you bring up, I mean, it's there, and there's certainly an argument to be made for exploring that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for what you do. I know sometimes it seems thankless, but some of us truly, truly appreciate you. I do have a question. Two questions real quick. The 500 million that it would take to complete I-69, what's the ROI to the state on that 500 million? And then secondly, is there a possibility, or why are we not exploring toll roads coming into the state with us being bordered by 8 states?
So I'll take care of the second one first. Again, as far as toll roads, I'll leave the policy to the policymakers to make those decisions. My job is whatever y'all decide to give us is to get it done and get it done quick and to get it done safely. So again, I'll leave that policy discussion to y'all. But as far as I-69, I don't have a number here on return on investment. But to Kent's point earlier about dollars spent on roads, I think those are good numbers to consider. One of the interesting things about I-69 is one of the things we have been told by the feds there is right now that's signed as a state route. It's 690, I believe. Once we get connectivity to I-155 in Dyersburg, you could then put an interstate shield on that. And that makes a big difference when it comes to little companies like Cracker Barrel and things like that. So, obviously there's an economic impact, but also, freight movement. We talked earlier about freight movement through Tennessee. Obviously interstates are a huge part of that. So I don't have numbers for you necessarily, Representative, but I think that we could do a little digging and come up with that pretty easily.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks, Representative. And we will just to say I agree wholeheartedly with my friend, Mr. Starwalt, when he says better roads make better people. Now, as mayor, better roads make better cities. And I can just add, this morning, I took an Uber here to Cordell Hull. There were 2 charges on my phone, trip and tip. But last week, when I was in New York, my $156 Uber fare became $203 because they added JFK charge, MTA charge, New York congestion charge, New York black car fund, New York state benefit surcharge, and a Queens Midtown tunnel toll. So $156 instantly became $203. So I recognize Kent had that in your report. I think to my colleagues in the legislature, this is such easy, low-hanging fruit and a tremendous amount of money. I can't imagine how many other Christmas travelers in New York City paid the same $50 in surcharges that I did on every car, every ride. Thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen, who are here for this transportation discussion. We appreciate your work, and we wish you Merry Christmas. And ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I do have a very important update for us about the vote we just took. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, if I could ask everybody to stay, we do have a very important update on the vote we took regarding deed fraud. So for the members of the commission, if you could bear with us for just one moment while we pass out some pertinent information. So before we begin tab 6, which is Public Chapter 418, and Ms. Newcomb, who will be presenting that as Senior Research Associate, I've asked Dr. Lippard, our Executive Director, to give the Commission an update. Again, this is in regards to the vote that we took on tab 4, Real Estate Fraud. Mr. Lippard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I owe the commission members an apology. We're incorrect on part of the vote. On a vote of approval of a report, it requires 2/3 of the members present and voting, not a simple majority, which would have required 12 votes for the motion to pass. So that motion actually did not pass as moved. So where we are on this is whether we wish to make another motion on that report or table it until the January meeting and revisit it at that time.
So that is
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lippert. That is a proper motion to table our action until our next meeting. That is a proper motion. It has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
It would be my understanding to ask Mr. Lippert, wouldn't that motion have to come from the prevailing side, the losing side? Under Robert's Rules of Order, it'd have to come from the prevailing side. So the failure, you operate what?
Under Mason's rule, not Robert's.
Then as Mason's rules allows for, don't they also allow for the prevailing side, which would be the losing side, to make the motion? Is that correct?
I think so.
So I don't think.
Actually, according to our bylaws, Mr. Chairman, we operate under Roberts.
Okay.
So
So can I make a motion then to table till January and he? No, they
No, we
did
we
roll call.
took a roll.
We took a roll call.
Yep.
A roll call vote can be requested by a member. As a member, I did request it because I could not detect a prevailing side. So I requested a roll call vote. The roll call was 10-7 in favor. You voted in favor. However, Mayor Brown voted, where is that sheet? Chairman Williams?
That would take 12.
Chairman Williams? Did you have a comment? Question, Chairman?
Yes, Chairman. After the discussion here, I don't know what the Roberts, Masons, or Brooks rules of order are, but the question would be, in order to lift it from the table, would it take 2/3 majority to lift it? I think it would, if that's not the case.
It would. All actions before the commission would take a 2/3 vote.
All right, so we now have a motion from the prevailing side of Mayor Brown, and is there a second? All right, we have a proper motion and a proper second to table this action for real estate fraud until the next meeting, which is January
30th?
January 30th. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. This action has been tabled. Now, we will proceed with tab 6. Ms. Hannah Newcomb, our Senior Research Associate, will introduce Public Chapter 418, Acts of 2025, Housing Juvenile and Offenders. This is a draft report for review and comment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commission members. The attached draft Commission report is submitted for your review and comment. It was prepared in response to Public Chapter 418, Acts of 2025, that directed the Commission to study the availability of facilities for housing juveniles who have been adjudicated delinquent and placed in the custody of the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, or who have been detained by juvenile courts prior to an adjudicatory hearing, and whether there is a need for additional housing, detention, and treatment facilities in Tennessee. For post-adjudication capacity, the draft report finds that planned construction of new facilities will likely address capacity needs for juvenile offenders in DCS custody. DCS's 2023 real estate plan identified the need for 3 new secure facilities. The General Assembly has appropriated more than $333 million for these projects. DCS has provided Commission staff with an update on the expected completion dates for these projects. The Waldorf facilities are expected to be completed in March 2029, and the Woodland Hills facility is expected in February 2029. These changes will be reflected in the final version of the report, and this information is included in the handout that was shared with you just a moment ago. For pre-adjudication capacity, the draft report makes one recommendation for a new juvenile detention center for youth detained prior to adjudication in West Tennessee. Outside of Shelby County, there are only 2 juvenile detention centers with a combined capacity of 11 beds in the region. Based on data from the Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts, Commission staff estimate an average daily need of 20 to 25 beds for pre-adjudication placement in West Tennessee, excluding Shelby County, which is in line with the 2021 analysis by a consultant with the University of Tennessee's County Technical Assistance Service. Madison County has plans for a new $70 million, 40-bed juvenile detention center, but local officials say it is unlikely they will be able to fund it on their own. Commission staff are unaware of any instance where Tennessee has provided state funding directly for the construction of a juvenile detention center, but it is something that a handful of other states have done. Conditioning state funding on the facility reserving a portion of its beds for children in state custody, like Louisiana, would provide a placement alternative for DCS if needed and help alleviate the need for pre-adjudication capacity. Given the need for a new facility in the region, the draft report recommends that the state help fund a new juvenile detention center for West Tennessee, provided that a share of the beds in the facility is reserved for temporary placements for juvenile offenders in DCS custody. Because focusing on capacity increases alone won't necessarily improve outcomes for youth in custody or the communities in which they live, the draft report includes 2 recommendations for building more oversight into the juvenile justice system. DCS licenses privately operated pre- and post-adjudication facilities, but it does not have licensing authority for government-operated juvenile detention centers. This complicates DCS's ability to hold government-operated JDCs, or juvenile detention centers, accountable for violations of state and federal requirements. And while the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth has an ombudsman responsible for investigating claims against providers, it has no enforcement authority beyond documenting complaints and violations. Staff with DCS's Office of Child Welfare Licensing said that in addition to licensing government-operated JDCs, authorizing DCS to levy financial penalties is an alternative that could encourage facility operators to comply with state and federal requirements. Approximately 13 other states authorize financial penalties against non-compliant juvenile detention centers. The draft report recommends that the General Assembly require juvenile detention centers operated by local governments to be licensed by DCS, which aligns with the Comptroller's legislative recommendation from their recent audit of DCS. The draft report also recommends that the General Assembly authorize the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth and/or DCS to levy financial penalties on pre- and post-adjudication facilities that violate state or federal requirements. Finally, the draft report makes 2 recommendations for alternatives to detention, because research has shown that alternatives to detention can be cost-effective and reduce recidivism. Since fiscal year 2018-2019, the General Assembly has funded juvenile justice reform grants to support evidence-based programs across Tennessee that provide treatment options for juvenile offenders outside of secure residential facilities. Recurring funding for the grants was increased to $5.8 million per year for fiscal year 2024-25. JJR-funded programs have promising recidivism rates and are cost-effective compared to placing children in juvenile detention centers or DCS custody. Moreover, whether a juvenile offender is diverted to one of these community-based programs or placed in a juvenile detention center is largely at the discretion of the juvenile court. Data shows that formal risk assessments have been effective in lessening subjective or inappropriate decisions to place children in locked facilities. ultimately decreasing the associated costs and liabilities placed on local governments. Importantly, these assessments do not negate a judge's expertise, because judges can still override the recommendation of the assessment if they believe there are extenuating circumstances that require detainment. Because for many juvenile offenders, community-based rehabilitative programming is likely to be more appropriate and effective than incarceration, increasing access to and use of these programs could be beneficial to youth in the justice system and the communities in which they live. The draft report recommends the General Assembly further increase recurring funding for the Juvenile Justice Reform Grant Program, and that juvenile courts that don't already use formal detention risk assessments consider using them to guide their decisions about detaining children prior to adjudication. And I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you very much, ma'am. As I mentioned to the commission, this is a draft for review and comment. We'll have our first comments from Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this report. We have a very serious problem with not just juvenile justice system, especially relative to housing, but also, of course, with DCS, with seeing kids sleeping on office floors and really bad outcomes in general. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of this recommendation. One of the questions I have, though, is when you were considering licensure, and I was actually shocked to find out a couple of years ago that we don't license in this state juvenile detention facilities. Did you also consider the possibility of having a third-party licensure component or an ombudsman, because we, at no fault of DCS, DCS is, they have a lot of issues with financing and all kinds of things. It's a hard ship to write. I get that, but because that is the case, it seems like a third-party oversight mechanism might work better.
Thank you for your question. We looked generally at whether there should be more oversight and how that could work. Our recommendation landed on the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, since they already have that ombudsman, but that ombudsman just does not have enforcement authority, and so they are already responsible for going into facilities and doing reviews, and so we felt like that could be an option for that role that already exists. As far as the licensing, I want to make sure I'm clear. The Department of Children's Services licenses juvenile detention centers that are privately operated.
Right.
Right. Okay. But it's the publicly operated ones that are kind of in this gray area where they're approved for operation but not actually licensed. And so I would be happy to look more into what an independent agency could look like, and what that oversight could look like, and include more of that in the draft report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, because since this is going to require some kind of a legislative, prescription, I think considering a third-party option like DCCY, which seems to do a great job with that, would be an option. And yes, I know that that it's only with public facilities. So thanks for pointing that out. And just lastly, I would just say that it seems like a lot of times we end up treating kids like perps. And so I'm greatly appreciative of your taking the time to recommend that there are other options besides incarcerating kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have County Executive Jeff Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your work on this. My question just quickly is, it's $70 million for 40 beds. That's $1,750,000 a bed. Is there more in this facility than just a juvenile detention? Is it the court system and other offices there as well as the detention?
That's a great question. The conversations that we've had with Madison County about their plan for this facility includes more than just detention and some of those minimum standards, we've heard from them that they would like to include, additional mental health resources and additional programming at that facility. And that might play into why those construction costs are a little bit higher. I can get specifics for you. And then, right, so what we've heard from them is that kind of plays into the construction costs, is having this additional programming and options available at that center.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Yarborough.
Thank you, and thank you for the draft report. I mean, I think one of the challenges here, the math is, it's always going to have, there's always going to be some cost advantage in sort of building fewer, larger facilities than more smaller ones. But I mean, but I do think that there's sort of a trend, like the trend in a lot of these other states has been to focus on smaller facilities, just from a sense that like those are like, increasingly safe, like have more tailored programming, and are, less likely to be into a place that actually like increases juvenile recidivism. And so I guess that's my only question is like, do we have sort of what's the common practice and best practice as it comes to how large these facilities should be? Because I think my fear is that when we create large facilities, like we're basically giving up on a lot of the actual sort of rehabilitation, and we're turning them into like how to be a better criminal type institution that actually might run against our actual policy purposes.
Thank you, Senator. We've heard from some stakeholders that a similar idea that these larger facilities can be harder to maintain, they can be harder to staff, they cost more, and it can be more of a warehousing of youth rather than treating youth. In particular, we've heard that from the juvenile court judge from Davidson County. So that's something that we have heard along the way doing the research. We have also heard that operating a juvenile detention center at around 80 to 85% capacity, and having that extra room available for flexibility is a best practice and can make operations run more smoothly.
I guess to the extent that, I mean, we're just looking at draft today. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? I mean, I have not fully ingested every part of the report. I guess to the extent that there is, that there are trends in terms of, whether other states are, sort of going in a similar direction to this, or insisting upon or moving towards smaller facilities or putting constraints on those. I think it'd be good to understand kind of what how the decisions that we're considering here compare to the decisions that sister states are making, because I do think we're all sort of considering the same challenge, but it could lead you in a really different outcome direction.
And we do have a little bit of information in the report about how some other states handle the operation of detention on the pre-adjudication side, but that can be something that we add some more detail to and be sure that we cover.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. Newcomb. Sorry, Mayor Waters.
Yeah, just a quick question about, I noticed that like in East Tennessee, there's a number of facilities, but the number that is contracting with DCS, I mean, it's certainly not, I don't think it's even half of the beds. And Sevier County is actually one of those. And I haven't discussed this with our director of our juvenile center, but is there a reason that all of these counties don't contract with DCS? I mean, is it more difficult? Are they not reimbursing enough? And this is a question I'm going to ask my director of the juvenile detention center there. But I mean, is there generally a reason that they don't contract with DCS?
While we were looking into this, we didn't find a general reason across the board or like a common reason. we heard from some local governments that they wanted to prioritize kids from their own community, and so they choose to not contract with DCS or other counties. So that's one reason why that could be. And some counties, local governments have contracted with DCS in the past and then chosen not to renew those contracts. So there's a variety of reasons. But the main one I would say is that we've heard that local governments that aren't contracting with DCS want to focus on children from their own community, and not offer that space for kids in state custody.
All right, anything further from the commission? Ms. Newcomb, thank you that we have discussed that this was for review and comment, and we've had some good comments and good review, and we will see you at a future meeting. That takes us to tab 7, which is Public Chapter 445, Acts of 2025, Continua of Care. This also is a draft report for review and comment today. We'll hear from Dr. Mike Strickland. Dr. Strickland, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, as noted, this is the draft report on the Continua of Care, or COCs in Tennessee, located behind tab 7 of your docket books and being presented for your review and comment. This report was prepared in response to Public Chapter 445 of this year, which requested the Commission study the COCs in Tennessee, how they might be improved, and how they might compare to COCs in other states. As the Commission heard at the meeting in September, the 10 COCs in the state are groups of organizations largely made up of nonprofits that serve Tennesseans who have become homeless. And the kinds of services that the COCs and their member organizations need to provide go beyond just helping people to find new housing. Those who have become homeless may also need medical care, legal aid, help finding a job or childcare, and much more. The complexity of these many different needs, along with the fact that there is a patchwork of different private organizations and federal agencies that touch on homelessness in some way, makes the work of the COCs all the more challenging. The draft report therefore finds that there are opportunities to improve the COCs in Tennessee with added funding, better data, and improved coordination among various stakeholders, including state agencies. Based on these and other findings, the draft report makes 6 recommendations. One is investing in homelessness prevention, because going through homelessness can inflict many harms, including a severe deterioration in health and an increased risk of suicide, as well as the cost to communities of such things as running emergency shelters or holding people in detention. Preventing people from losing their housing in the first place is usually far more cost-effective and beneficial for all involved. Federal regulations, however, generally prohibit COC funding from HUD being used for prevention efforts. Therefore, the Commission recommends the General Assembly appropriate funding to COCs that may be used to cover expenses that conventional HUD COC grants do not. 2, each COC maintains a database, a homeless management information system, or HMIS, that can help to answer questions about the state of homelessness in an area. And that information is vital for effective planning and strategizing around homelessness response efforts. But not every local service organization can or will participate in HMIS, potentially leaving gaps in the data. To use the database, service organizations require end-user licenses, which sometimes come with a fee of up to a few $100s. Stakeholders report that where COCs have been able to cover those license fees, they have been able to encourage more reporting, ensuring better data coverage. For this reason, the Commission recommends the General Assembly appropriate funding to cover the HMI's end-user licenses of service providers to incentivize participation in the system by those who are not obliged to report their data by federal grant requirements. 3, some states have also implemented a single statewide HMIS for all of their COCs, but those in Tennessee currently operate on 10 separate systems. Stakeholders say it would be valuable to have more integrated state-level data on homelessness, but converting to a single statewide HMIS comes with several costs and challenges. As an alternative, the Commission recommends the General Assembly appropriate funds for the University of Tennessee's Social Work Office of Research and Public Service, or SWRPS, for aggregating HMIS data from all 10 COCs in the state. 4, the Commission recommends SWRPS use that data to produce dashboards that make data on homelessness more accessible, including a dashboard to display aggregated data of service needs, collected by COCs. 5, where communities elsewhere in the country have made progress on homelessness, it has often been attributed to coordination among the many stakeholders that are involved in homelessness services. One approach for building such coordination that has been used in other states and in Tennessee in the past is an Interagency Council on Homelessness, or ICH. The Commission recommends that the state reestablish a state interagency council on homelessness with representation from all 10 COCs in the state, as well as state agencies, charged with studying, testing, and promoting best practices among homelessness service providers, collating and publishing data on homelessness around the state, and facilitating communication between service providers and government agencies to streamline the provision of services to those in need. And finally, COCs try to connect people with the services appropriate for their individual needs in a process called coordinated entry. But for a variety of reasons, it can still be difficult for people to find or reach those services, and it's not always clear precisely where the barriers arise. The Commission recommends that the state ICH, once established, redevelop and streamline the state's websites for linking people to homelessness services, while also working with COCs to develop a common agreed-upon set of measures for coordinated entry to test how quickly people in need can locate, reach, and receive services, and then use that information to continually improve coordinated entry procedures. And so those are the recommendations of the draft report. And with that, I am happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very, very much. Any comments, questions, or review from the commission for this important topic? I am thankful for your work, and we look forward to reconvening and seeing you and hearing from you again in January.
Thank you.
Thank you. That now takes us to Dr. Michael Mount and tab 8, Public Chapter 341, Acts of 2023, Collections and Administration of Business Personal Property Tax. Riveting. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, members. I'm Michael Mount, and I'll be presenting on Tennessee's personal property tax. Public Chapter 341, Acts of 2023, authorizes taxpayers to certify on their personal property of less than $2,000 or $10,000 in lieu of detailing the acquisition cost on the reporting schedule. Previously, there had been one threshold at $1,000. The Act also requires TACIR to monitor implementation of the Act and periodically report its findings on the impact of the Act on collections and administration of the business personal property tax to the General Assembly. Staff of the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury expect to provide personal property assessment data to TACIR staff in January or February of 2026. Once that analysis is complete, TACIR staff plans to report to the Commission later in 2026. The data is expected to show the number of taxpayers that have used the $2,000 and $10,000 tiers while making other analysis possible as well. In the meantime, as part of its implementation monitoring, TACIR staff surveyed property assessors in Tennessee to gauge the effects of the Act. Based on the survey responses, the $2,000 and $10,000 tiers do not seem to have had much effect on assessments or, by extension, collections. Taxpayers were reportedly happy about the time they saved filing their tax returns. The tiers tended to be used by new businesses, while existing businesses who have their property on file are more likely to update their filings. Most assessors thought that the $2,000 and $10,000 tiers did not change their cost, or that the costs were hard to quantify. The one said that staff time spent on personal property tax assessments actually increased because of confusion with the $2,000 and $10,000 tiers. Some taxpayers didn't understand that when selecting the tiers, they were selecting their assessment, and were also needlessly filling out the personal property tax reporting schedule. The assessors suggested that adding details to the instructions on the reporting schedule could reduce confusion. A few of the responding assessors wanted further changes in Tennessee's personal property tax. One assessor said that the gap between $2,000 and $10,000 is too large. Another said that removing the tier boxes would simplify the process. And when asked about Tennessee's personal property tax in general, one assessor thought that Tennessee should adopt a minimum appraisal threshold, though the change could decrease local revenue and require an amendment to Tennessee's Constitution. TACIR's 2022 report, both businesses and local governments could benefit from improvements to Tennessee's personal property tax, found that Tennessee's Constitution requires that local governments with a property tax apply it uniformly to all commercial, industrial, and public utility personal property. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir, for that thorough review. And any comments, questions, or thoughts from the commission for Dr. Mount? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to the next tab.
Thank you once again. This time I'll be presenting on fiscal capacity. During the September 18th, 2025 commission meeting, members were provided with an update of the work of the Ad Hoc Education Finance Committee, which met in August to discuss distortions in TACIR's fiscal capacity calculation caused by virtual school students counts. The effect of the Greenbelt property assessments on fiscal capacity and the fiscal capacity of counties with large tourism industries. Subcommittee members voted unanimously to recommend to the full commission that the Tennessee Department of Education begin collecting residency information for virtual school students. Chairman Yeager told the full committee that a vote on the recommendation would be held after staff concludes further analysis requested by the subcommittee. The members of the subcommittee asked commission staff for further analysis regarding whether out-of-state students are enrolled in virtual schools in Tennessee, whether other states allow out-of-state students to enroll in their virtual schools, the difference in cost between serving virtual school students and brick and mortar students in Tennessee and in other states, and whether other states account for tourism in some way in their education funding formulas. In response to these questions, TACIR staff found that out-of-state students are not enrolled in Tennessee Virtual Academy or in Tennessee Connections Academy, though some other states do allow out-of-state students to enroll in their virtual schools. Because of data limitations, staff could not determine definitively whether per student costs are greater for virtual or brick and mortar schools, but did find differences in the types of costs that each incurs. According to the Tennessee Department of Education's annual report card, per pupil expenditures tend to be greater for in-district virtual schools than for statewide virtual schools. Regarding whether other states account for tourism in their education funding formulas, TACIR staff found that no other state adjusts for their K-12 education funding formula to account for tourism. Tennessee Code Annotated Section 49-16-211A requires students enrolled in Tennessee's virtual schools to be residents of Tennessee, the same as for other students. School districts are responsible for ensuring that their virtual school students meet enrollment requirements. Tennessee Virtual Academy corrected a report provided to TACIR staff that included students with out-of-state addresses, confirming that the students do reside in Tennessee. They explained that the students likely transferred from virtual schools in other states to Tennessee Virtual Academy, but their prior out-of-state addresses were still reflected in the data. Tennessee Connections Academy likewise reported that they do not have any out-of-state students. Some other states allow out-of-state students to enroll in their virtual schools. According to the Education Commission of the states, out-of-state students that pay tuition and applicable course fees may enroll in virtual schools in at least 7 states: Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Michigan, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Virginia. And Virginia Virtual Academy even enrolls international students. Staff were unable to obtain complete cost data for virtual schools, making comparisons with brick and mortar schools difficult. Some public virtual schools are operated by private companies, which contract with the host county for much of their funding. And the Tennessee Department of Education does not ask the virtual schools to report on how they spend their contract revenue. As a result, the data reported to the Tennessee Department of Education's annual report card does not include all school level expenditures for statewide virtual schools. For example, just $109 per student in per pupil expenditures were reported for Union County's Tennessee Virtual Junior High School, which you can see on Table 1. And none at all were reported for Johnson County's Tennessee Connection Academy, shown in Table 2. Per pupil expenditures for statewide virtual schools in Lewis County were greater than for Union and Johnson County's virtual schools, but staff had no way to confirm that all of their virtual school expenditures were included. But you can see that in Table 3. Tennessee Department of Education staff did say, however, that virtual schools can have far fewer school level expenditures because they don't have much of the expenditures of a traditional school. They typically don't have office staff, custodians, school lunch staff, teacher assistants, utilities, maintenance, operations, or physical classrooms. A 2023 review of virtual schools in the United States found that virtual schools may cost less. Brick and mortar schools allocate significant resources to in-person services, including transportation, utilities, security, and medical services that virtual schools do not. But virtual schools have a cost associated with digital delivery that brick and mortar schools do not. Given the lack of conclusive data on expenditures, another point of comparison is virtual schools' contract revenue, which likely covers much of the expenditures of Tennessee's privately owned statewide virtual schools. According to staff analysis based on data from the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury and the Tennessee Department of Education, contract revenue per pupil for Union and Johnson County's virtual schools were $7,593 and $7,637 respectively for fiscal year 2023-24. Some virtual schools in Tennessee offer enrollment to students statewide, while others are only available to students who live in district or nearby. Per pupil expenditures reported to the Tennessee Department of Education's annual report card tend to be greater for in-district virtual schools than for statewide virtual schools. Though again, staff had no way to confirm whether all their school level expenditures were included. The Education Commission of the states were not aware of a K-12 funding formula that accounts for tourism activities, and a TACIR staff review of states' K-12 funding formula statutes found that Tennessee is the only state with a reference to tourism. Tennessee Code Annotated Section 49-3-108 D1 authorizes an appropriation to a local education agency, LEA, that meets the following criteria. The LEA is located in a county with an active tourism development zone or TDZ agreement executed before July 1st, 2023. And the county has a population between 98,300 and 98,400 based on the 2020 federal census or any subsequent census. And Sevier County Schools is the only school district that meet these criteria. According to Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration, the appropriation for fiscal year 2025-26 was $8 million. Virtual schools students distort TACIR's fiscal capacity calculation, which can result in an increase or a decrease in the fiscal capacity of counties. To calculate an alternative fiscal capacity model that takes into account the residency of virtual school students, staff requested average daily membership by county of residence from Union, Johnson, and Lewis County schools, but the LAs did not provide the data. Lewis and Union County schools wanted to charge for the staff time that it would take to fulfill the request, though Johnson and Union County schools did provide point-in-time enrollment data. Designating a farm or residential property as greenbelt in a county can increase or decrease fiscal capacity in TACIR's model. This is because decreasing residential or farm property assessment for greenbelt purposes or for any other reason decreases the county's property tax base and decreases residential and farm property as a percentage of total assessments. And these two effects partially offset each other. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that interesting information, and a couple of things in there that were surprising to me. So thank you. I've learned something today. Any comments from the commission as far as review or comment for this draft report? Yes, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've failed to learn some things here because I'm a little confused. And forgive me because I'm sort of in deep water here. I don't really understand a lot of this study, but first of all, are we talking about virtual schools where people are going into schools that are already classrooms, or are we talking about a totally separate virtual school program? And then secondly, just give me an idea of what, it sounds to me like part of the reason for this study was to figure out whether or not schools are overcharging for students that are not in the area or vice versa. Do I understand that correctly? Those are my two questions. Thanks.
To answer the second question, our purpose mainly was to obtain the data and do the analysis to determine possible changes to TACIR's model to address the distortions caused by virtual school students. As we were approaching that question, we had additional questions about the cost of virtual school students versus brick and mortar, the Greenbelt, and the tourism questions as well. So that's my understanding. Going back to the first question, in Tennessee, there's a distinction between a virtual school and a virtual program, and we're mainly interested in the virtual schools, in particular, the statewide virtual schools that exist in Tennessee and their effect on the TACIR's fiscal capacity model.
But just to be clear, these are kids that are actually tuning into classrooms that are already existing, or is this a separate virtual school program?
Oh, right. Yeah, these would normally be at home, at their own home, and they can be students in that virtual school, in the statewide virtual schools from any part of the state. So for example, the virtual school itself might be based out of Union County, but that student might live in Memphis or other parts of the state.
And so if I'm a kid tuning into it, am I tuning into a classroom where there's a teacher teaching a classroom full of people, or am I actually participating in a program that is specifically set up for virtual students?
The one I'm mentioning is set up specifically for virtual school students. There is a teacher, and once again, there are virtual programs in the state where it could be, like you said, I'm just not that familiar exactly how they work. They can be asynchronous, for example. I don't know.
Thank you, Senator. Any other? Yeah, Senator Garborough.
Appreciate everyone's patience. Long day, but I appreciate the efforts in the report. I had one question, just to sort of the cost data perspective. Like, I understand that we, don't have really sort of easy access to compare, but the dollars that schools spend on, that our existing schools spend on food, on transportation, on buildings, air conditioning, operations, capital debt service, sort of the site-based activities is not an insignificant number. And I think that data is tracked both in the federal government's annual, statistical coverage of all public schools across the country. And those numbers stay pretty consistent across all schools. And so it would seem that we would be able to at least understand some segment of cost that we know that the virtual schools do not have. Are we going to be precise? No. But I do think we would be able to identify a pretty significant, percentage that we know they don't have, and then sort of identify whether there are, for some reason, additional costs that they, that come from being a virtual school. But I hesitate to just use sort of the what they're charging us model to determine what the cost is, because I think what they're charging us depends very much in this circumstance on what we got. And for the other local governments, the BEP number doesn't really reflect what they're spending on actual education, right? And so, if we're trying to be equivalent, there ought to be some sort of, it seems like a percentage adjustment there that sort of recognizes that there's just a chunk of cost that are, not faced by virtual schools and not, offset just because I'm sure there are increased technology costs, but I can't imagine that it overwhelms the cost of buildings, food, buses, like the myriad expenses that our other schools do have. And I think we would even have a pretty good chunk of that data. While it's not counted every year in TISA in the same way, the old BEP reports did kind of have breakdowns, along that. And that was sort of what ended up serving as the basis for TISA. So I just want to say, seems like we could find some way to push a little on that point.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Mount, any comments, responses?
I can just say to clarify that, yes, the gap in data that we found was in the virtual schools cost, not the brick and mortar. What we tried to do was look at other states to see if they've collected that data from their privately owned public virtual schools. We're surprised to find that they were struggling with the same issue, that they were unable to get those detailed cost data that you might use as part of your funding of schools.
Thank you, Dr. Mount. I'll follow up and conclude with the comment that I had, or the review that I had, was that in your report, you indicated of 4 counties, 2 opted to supply data and 2 said, if you want it, you have to pay for it. And I turned to Dr. Lippert and said, do we have a budget for that? And he responded, no, we do not. And as the commission that's been appointed to do these types of studies by the legislature, it might be a future discussion future review of if we have to pay for copies that are made. I know that's what county clerks are now doing and City Hall is now doing. If we have to pay for school systems to gather the data and the staff time, then maybe we need to request a budgetary line item so that the appropriate studies and the appropriate data could be gathered for such a time as this. That's my comment. All right. Any other comments or questions from the commission? None. Thank you, sir. That miraculously takes us to other business, of which, Dr. Lippert, I have other business. Let's discuss the length of meetings in the future and taking a lunch break, but that'll be for future discussion. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Dr. Lippert, you're recognized.
And we did actually have a lunch break at the last meeting, and I heard no end of grief over it. It comes down to the timing of the meeting. Sometimes a lunch break, today a lunch break would have been a miraculous thing.
No one's fasting in December.
But just on other business, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I have is we actually have a next meeting date, and that's because the limitations of available space because of the legislative calendar. So our next meeting is going to be on January 30th. Yes, that's a Friday. I apologize. It was the only day we could get a room. And as of right now, it's starting at 8:30, but I serve at the will of the commission. If the chair, the vice chair, and the members want to start later in the day, I am certainly open to that suggestion. It will not be as long a meeting as this meeting. I do not believe, but if it looks like we're going to have a longer meeting, if it looks like we're going to have a longer meeting, we'll try to schedule in a lunch break. The challenge on that is always the panels on meetings where we have panels, because we have to be able to give a fairly firm time to the panelists so they know when to show up, and that's always the challenge with structuring the timing of the meeting, and also making sure we have a quorum to vote on reports that need a vote.
All right. So I've heard a couple of comments. I think what I'll do is I'll ask Dr. Lippert to poll the commission for the January 30 meeting and see about the start time and the length of time. If we want to do a split day, it is a one-day meeting, and do we want to start at 10 and work all the way through? Or do we want to keep it at 8:30 and take a lunch break and split the panels? So we'll have that in an email to the commission accordingly. If there's nothing else to be brought before the commission, on behalf of Senator Yeager, we appreciate the staff and the hard work of this entire team that makes this possible. And if there's nothing further, we're adjourned.